let's take you out to this other image we're getting. As you can see there, different tactical gear. This is local and state law enforcement. No National Guard here in the picture, but just getting more images here on Live Now from Fox. Let's just listen in here briefly. We're hearing different commotion, the honk of horns, the sound of fireworks being shot off, people in the distance chanting. Let's listen in. Plenty of law enforcement right now blocking traffic, standing between these protesters and those oncoming cars right now, hoping to avoid the situation. You can see also people in the background that are in their cars completely blocked at a standstill, looking out, potentially taking pictures, reversing course to try to exit their way out of this. So this is just what's unfolding in real time here on Live Now from Fox. This is the vantage point on the 101, and this is the other side of this overpass, I believe, as look at the amount of local law enforcement, police, black and white vehicles trying to push back protesters, demonstrators off the highway. They don't like when they're getting on the highway just based on the danger there that could be coming. They're trying to avoid them crossing over the median. Them strategizing and figuring out the best tactical way around this as a tactical nature of this unfolding. So just watching this in real time. Let's again listen back in. Those bangs might be fireworks under an overpass just by the echo and the sound that is coming from them. You could also see the top portion of your screen, more law enforcement personnel in tactical gear heading this way to, as they are significantly outnumbered right now on the highway with signs and different flags after these stemming from the Friday immigration enforcement situations taking place, different raids. Different areas that protesters decide to gather. This is also just a show with law enforcement there. You can see people eventually trying to arrest some of these protesters. We did see that in a lawful, unlawful assembly. This is the area.
To stay in America, I think they should be flying the American flag. If they want to fly their flag as well, also fly the American flag as where they are, you know? They're in the middle of the highway. They shut everything down. This has been going on for hours, all day. This has been going on since like Thursday, Friday. I did a video on Friday and released it on Saturday, and it has just progressively gotten worse.
On this road, so listen carefully for safety instructions. If they start going from over this ramp, they're going to start shooting this way. You're behind cover. You need to duck down. You understand me? You can be hurt out here. This is about safety. You want to think the whole thing when you hear it. So if they start shooting, you take cover. You get down.
So, accordingly, Donald Trump sent out 2,000 National Guards.
Your best bet is if
So, in
your best
downtown
bet
LA,
if
there's
we get
2,000
cattle, there's
National
two
Guards,
exits.
plus
Do not
local
look that
authorities,
way.
plus
Either go
the
between
ICE
the
agents.
buildings or out this way and take a left.
I don't think this
Your
is going to
best
be
place
stopping
be
anytime
is
soon.
back where we started this march if we all break up. Okay? That's your exit. Because we do not want to get
I
kettled
think
in.
this
Military helicopters are here.
cascade
National
into
Guard is here.
a
You want to
bigger
exit that way
situation
or
of
that way,
transformation
take a left and go back to
in
where we
other
started.
states, and if it does, they're going to enact martial law. That's exactly what's going to happen, martial law. If they enact martial law, wow, it's going to be worse for a lot of us. It's going to be worse for everybody because we're not going to be able to move around. I don't think it will come to places like Florida, but other sanctuary states, other places, it's going to be drastic. It's really going to be drastic. So somebody's standing in front of their camera right now. So yeah, it's going to be horrific what's going to happen. Super horrific. So we're all waiting to see what's going to take place. Pretty much waiting to see what's going to take place. But it's going to be very, 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 very tense in the next couple of days. Right? So let me bring the audio back in. I was kind of hoping that some of this would have slowed down or actually stopped. Maybe some people would have come to their senses, but apparently not. Right? They're not really coming to their senses. They're just getting progressively more violent, shutting down the highways, and spectators are about, out and about, watching, taking pictures. All the media outlets are there. It is just becoming a real spectacle. And like I said, if they enact martial law, I think that might not just be for the state of California, it might be other places. But once it's enacted, it's going to be able to be rolled out without any hesitation or holdback. But let's continue with the audio.
not bad. That's all right.
Their signs are saying different things. F-ICE, free rights for all. What else do I see? Can I see any more? Again, this is streaming from the Associated Press. Let's hope that they don't enact martial law. I think this is going to make ICE is already aggressive in their movement and snatching up people. But this is going to piss them off more, and they are going to be more aggressive. This is just going to make them a lot more vigilant in their activity. Like, okay, you guys really piss us off now, and so we are going to make you feel. We're going to make you see that we are in charge.
Sorry for me, sir.
So, hey, this is really hectic right now. You guys can comment, because my opinion is that it's going to be way more hectic, right? ICE is going to turn up the heat on a lot of them right now, a lot of folks, right? They're going to be way more aggressive. Earlier on today I was watching some videos, and I can tell you this, that farmers are struggling, and they're saying, we voted for this. And they're struggling, and they're saying that we need workers. So let me tell you what I read. Is that the farmers they hired a agency, an employment agency. 1 second, I'm receiving a call. So, like I said, folks, put your comments in. Alright, put your comments in and tell me what you think. Do you think that ICE is going to turn up the heat when going after folks? What do you think? Move this over. So, back to what I was saying. I was explaining that the farmers in states that actually, I think Nebraska, places like that, I think so. But the farmers actually, they are on the brink of bankruptcy in many of these farm states. So what the farmers did, because so many of their laborers picked up and are in detention. So they hired an agency, a workforce agency, to find employees that will come and work. So what they did, they put out, here's how much they're offering to pay the farmers. All of them that got together in a coalition. They said, we're going to pay you $11 an hour, and you have to work 7 days a week for 8 to 10 hours a day. That means there is no break for anyone. 8 to 10 hours a day, 7 hours a week, for $11 an hour working on the farm. Right? So one of the videos that I was looking at, it's one particular Caucasian woman says, where are the labels? We thought that when the migrants were getting deported, are going to be deported, that the black people are going to come and get the jobs. Right? So we voted for this, but the blacks are not taking the job. And I was kind of like thrown back for a minute because I was like, okay, so based on what the other content creator said, the content creator said, listen to what Donald Trump said, right? And so the audio was played. He said, and the audio said, the migrants, the illegal immigrants are taking the black jobs. So what the content creator said is that when Donald Trump said that the illegal aliens are taking the black jobs, they're hearing Donald Trump saying when they deport the migrants, the illegal migrants, that the black people are going to come and take the jobs. So they were thinking that that's what's going to happen. All right, hold on 1 second. Alright, cool. Let me know what you think. You put your comment. Okay, sorry I didn't grab the phone. Alright, I was just told that the audio for the protest is louder than me. So I apologize, everyone. So let me hear. Give me a second. Yeah. So let me see. Let me do something for a second here. Getting feedback. Let me move this for a second.
I think I'm gonna go.
States. Our governor has objected to this use.
of National Guard troops. For that reason, this administration must stand down. This is a time for all of us to de-escalate, to take a step back, and to allow our constitutional institutions to work. I am proud to be here with many colleagues. I will be concluding with Spanish at the conclusion of our comments. But for now, I'd like to turn it over to my colleague from the district just to the north here in San Mateo.
We're just listening into this here on Live Now from Fox, and we do right now on Live Now from Fox. We want to take it out to you in full as breaking news. You can see some potentially flashbangs being used, tear gas being dispersed by law enforcement. You can see the smoke rising in. That could be fireworks as well from protesters on the ground as the LAPD Central Command has issued an unlawful assembly as they block a major freeway. They've clearly now closed down both sides, both the north and south version of this near the 110. You can see the San Pedro, the Pasadena exit there, just a mile and a half up, as they are all around this here on Live Now from Fox, as we're following very much so closely into this. As I want to put up this from the Central Command of Los Angeles Police, saying they've entered the southbound lanes of the 101 and are attempting to disperse demonstrators. Please avoid the 101 between the 110 and the 510 interchange there here on Live Now from Fox. And this is another vantage point. You can see them on the ground right now as police are now on the other side of the cement barricade. It appears that protesters are making their way over that right now. Hundreds of people have come on to the highway at this point, and if you're amongst the protests, it's hard to imagine that you understand what's going on, that you are on social media, you see some of these coming in, but it is just a chaotic, dynamic, fluid situation unfolding. Hundreds of people, some sitting down, fireworks being dispersed, different vantage points and sounds coming in, but you'd see the smoke pop every once in a while. Unsure if that's a non-lethal shot by law enforcement as they're moving this way. Let's just listen in here briefly on Live Now from Fox to hear and listen in to what's unfolding. As we're listening in, unsure what those sounds are, but you can see them now lining up. The strategy is to keep them on a singular side of this 101 highway right now. You can see them right now with different non-lethal weaponry. You can see them with tactical gear, different shields out as well. And of course, we're hearing from different members of the Trump administration, the Deputy Director of the FBI, Dave Bongino, saying on social media, quote, "If you choose violence tonight, this message is for you. We will be investigating and pursuing all available leads for assault on a federal officer, in addition to the many arrests already made. And although we will pursue every case, we don't need to catch every single perp. We'll just catch you." A short time ago, the director and I notified our teams to use all of our investigative and technological tools to pursue you long after order is firmly established. We will not forget, even after you try to. So you can see here on Live Now from Fox this unfolding in real time. Let's give you a different vantage point, just a sense of what's happening from on the ground, but also from the sky as these protesters gathering on one side of the highway. They're making a way, hoping to keep it on that direction. You can see different canisters. I'm not sure if tear gas or different canisters are being used at this point, flashbangs potentially, but people have moved that direction from right to left here, from north to south, backwards. I believe that was a flashbang just being used. Let's again just listen in as this scene unfolds here in real time.
sure that the audio is. All right, turn the audio down. Put a 1 in the chat. If you can hear me, put a 1 in the chat and let me know. Put a 1 in the chat, guys, and let me know if you can hear me.
Again, viewer discretion is advised for some of these scenes unfolding, and one from the sky, one from the ground. You can see them actually throwing some water bottles at police, and they are saying there's an unlawful assembly as tactical assembly there of law enforcement on the ground. Thousands of protesters now gathering. As you can see, it continue to climb the amount of people, the amount of force, as everyone really in the black gear for law enforcement is local or state. It is not National Guard, although that has been a topic of conversation we followed for quite a bit here on this Sunday after President Trump deploying those troops to the ground there. We've seen them outside of the Metropolitan Detention area, and you can see right there on your screen, I believe, maybe a law enforcement official being struck by something, several other individuals tending to his care. Potentially we'll see if he gets led away, but these are some of the concerns when we're talking about these anti-ICE protesters and demonstrators, the danger that it involves. So we're just watching this in real time, and you don't know if those smoke are flashbangs coming from law enforcement or on the other side of this median. So a lot of chaotic nature to this, a very dynamic, fluid situation. We were just hearing that 2 officers were injured when a motorcyclist tried to break through a skirmish line. They're also looking at the other side. So that is also a concern. Just people from a vantage point high atop this 101 freeway on the side streets and pointing to potentially someone that could have thrown something. So not from in front of them, from behind. And they're also concerned about the overpass, which you can see there.
So
just a
my audio is good over the...
it. So I'm not sure.
All right, so I got confirmation that audio is good.
This individual, this law enforcement official may be, but getting tended to right now here by several of his associates on this 101 freeway as we're following in. This,
wow,
I guess,
this is crazy what's going on.
Zooming into this, as you can see someone being led away, potentially being detained at this unlawful assembly. Subject now to arrest if you remain on this highway or remain on some of these streets close to it, adjacent to this highway. So just following it again, let's put up that 2-box one more time so you can see both vantage points, and let's listen in one more time. Watching there is one person being led away by 3 police officers detained, arrested. I'm not exactly sure what for. Potentially threw an object at authorities, was just in the place right there, but they are now under an unlawful assembly as protesters block the 101 freeway. This comes as President Trump has deployed National Guard troops to the region. These are not those troops, though. These are local and state law enforcement. Again, viewer discretion is advised as we watch this unfold in real time. The strategy behind some of these movements by police, very coordinated at the state and local level. Let's just continue to listen in.
This is crazy. This is super crazy. Super crazy. Super crazy. They're terrorizing LA right now. They're terrorizing LA. They are terrorizing LA right now. This is crazy.
We're continuing to watch this here on Live Now from Fox unfold in real time. And I do want to just give you a sense, a lay of the land as we're looking at those two screens right now. And I want to put up this here on Live Now from Fox. And this is the Metropolitan Detention Center, I believe. And you were just looking at some of those 300 National Guard troops that were deployed by President Trump. We heard most recently Governor Gavin Newsom request those National Guard troops be rescinded, be taken out. Of course, as they do not feel they are necessary, here saying on social media in a statement.
Are you serious? They're not necessary? Look at what's going on. They're not necessary.
The decision to deploy the National Guard without appropriate training or orders risks seriously escalating the situation. He says to do
they
so
need
in
to
an
be
unlawful
able
manner
to
for such a
quail
lengthy
some
period
of this,
time is a
what's
serious
going on
breach
right now,
of
some of this
state
violence.
sovereignty.
They need to be able to
We're following
quail
this
it.
very
At
closely.
some,
you can see the confrontation
listen,
now. Back on the
if
highway,
there are not
there,
a counterforce out there against what's going on,
right now,
it's going to become more violent. And what we don't want to happen is that fires are lit, cars are burned, homes are burned. We don't want that to happen. So they definitely need to be able to have a counter force out there to be able to actually manage some of this ongoing protest, to be able to make sure that nothing escalates to a point where martial law is enacted and then things are just worse.
Potentially being led away very soon. We're also watching here on Live Now from Fox different statements coming in from lawmakers, including the former Vice President Kamala Harris, of course, from California herself. I want to put this up here on Live Now from Fox and read it, talking about Los Angeles is my home. Like so many Americans, I am appalled at what we are witnessing on the streets of our city. Deploying the National Guard is dangerous right now. As you can see, the danger unfolding before us. A dynamic, fluid situation, tear gas, flashbangs being used by law enforcement right now. You can see them avoiding you can see them with different gas masks on right now, but this to hope to disperse different protesters and demonstrators. And we're just seeing this. Let's just pull up this shot and put up the audio so you can listen to it live, raw, and unfiltered briefly. You're just watching this here on Live Now from Fox, and some of those canisters, gas masks, on law enforcement right now, but different notes as viewer discretion is advised as these scenes are unfolding very rapidly right now on the 101 freeway as anti-ICE demonstrators and protesters clash with law enforcement. There is an unlawful assembly order declared by the LAPD, and those on the highway, remaining on the highway, are subject to arrest right now. So I'm not exactly sure what this is, what they're about. Gas masks for law enforcement right now, flashbangs, tear gas, what different tools they use to hope to move these individuals. And you can see
getting the feedback, guys. Sorry about that. I don't know what's causing it.
Law enforcement an interesting tactic with all of these signs. We're also expecting to hear from LA Mayor Karen Bass here in just a matter of moments, a matter of minutes. We'll take you out to that as this scene is unfolding. The line strong there is local law enforcement on the ground. So we're following this for the better part of almost 4 hours. Tear gas was fired at protesters on Sunday in Los Angeles when demonstrators moved close to National Guard. These are not the National Guard members. Of course, viewer discretion is advised. We can't reiterate that enough, as these are some striking images here as well. So we're also following it here on Live Now from Fox as we're hearing from Alex Michelson saying Gavin Newsom, the governor, has arrived in Los Angeles to oversee the state's response. He has called on the National Guard that was deployed by President Trump to be rescinded. So these are not National Guard members that are using some of these tools, these tactics, but these are local state officials. President Trump also indicated the potential use of Marines. That's what Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth said a little bit ago on social media as well. So we're following all of these very dynamic, striking movements from different vantage points. That one high atop, you can see the amount of people on these side streets blocking both lanes of traffic, trying to get some of these protesters off with tear gas and other non-lethal uses. So you can see one individual there being led away with zip ties, arrested, now subject to the arrest, unlawful assembly, disturbing the peace. And you can see different images right now as well. So let's just, again, listen in, but viewer discretion is advised as we wait for Mayor Karen Bass.
Listen, guys, this is bad. This is bad. There's a feedback.
As we continue to watch this, viewer discretion is advised. Let's put this shot back up in full. As you can see, tear gas, flashbangs being used by local law enforcement on the ground to try to push these protesters off the highway, off the 101. And it appears they've done a fairly good job right now, as we did see them blocking all of traffic. You can see different protesters directly in front of them, almost face to face with protesters. The gas continues to waft into the air. It is obviously very influential and making sure that people get off. And of course, viewer discretion advised, people being detained. This is an unlawful assembly. This according to LAPD, as if you remain on this highway, these side streets, you are subject to an arrest. And just some of these images are so very striking. The gas coming up as they are detaining these individuals, putting up a fight to avoid being handcuffed or put these zip ties on them. Let's just continue to watch both of these images unfold. All right, again, viewer discretion is advised, as it is tough to keep out all the vulgarities, different signage and words, rhetoric coming in from protesters. as you see law enforcement try to push these individuals back off this on-ramp, back onto the side streets, and quell some of these disturbances, these demonstrators on day number 3 of these protests in downtown Los Angeles. And over the last 3 or 4 hours, we've seen it grow in a significant magnitude of people, from hundreds of people outside that Metropolitan Detention Center to almost 1,000, probably over 1,000 at least, people getting on the highway and on the overpasses nearby, protesting, chanting, holding signs, demonstrating against some of these immigration enforcement operations that took place in Southern California in this strong Latino area. We saw it in the Paramount area, just neighboring to Compton. So you can see this individual there being led away, zip-tied by law enforcement, being taken to a van, and then will be processed. So just following this closely, you can see them zooming in on a different location. I believe this is the area.
Sorry, guys.
Nearest
I'm getting
to
a feedback. It just started
California
happening.
National Guards.
I don't know why it's happening.
Being deployed. This Skyfox camera high atop there. Plenty of protests right now, and this was the scene where we heard about 2 police officers being injured at the bottom left portion of your screen. That motorcycle on its side, barreling through a skirmish line, injured 2 officers. They were treated. So this kind of the intersection, the congruence of Alameda and Temple as they kind of go back over here, just passing over where the California National Guard members are being stationed. So this all happening in a 2 or 3 block area here in downtown Los Angeles, as different images coming in, different signage being used, protests stretching in as we approach 5 o'clock local time in Los Angeles. Again, let's just put this up. We're waiting for Karen Bass to make remarks here on Live Now from Fox, talking about protesters remain peaceful during this time, despite their passion and their fervor for this protest. Let's just continue to listen in.
Guys, I'm about to bring up the phone number so we can have a conversation,
as we wait,
and you guys can tell me what you think.
Mayor
I do think that they're going to enact martial law, right? So let me know what you think once I turn the call-in number, and we can have a conversation.
All right? Response. I also want to see the most recent post from Karen Bass talking about some of these protests unfolding, and we'll preview some of her comments here on Live Now from Fox, as she will be speaking here in a matter of moments. She said her most recent post saying, quote, "We will always protect the constitutional right for Angelenos to peacefully protest. However, violence, destruction, and vandalism will not be tolerated in our city, and those responsible will be held fully accountable." So basically all the protesters now off of the freeway, off the 101, back on the on-ramp, and you can see the amount of tear gas, the amount of different fumes being moved through these individuals right now, and it makes it very difficult. This scene, as the visibility is very low for both sides, for demonstrators, but also for law enforcement and police, and that is an eerie scene to say the least, as this is the other image we're getting, as you can see some of these different flashbangs and tear gas wafting into the crowds to hope they will disperse. You can see them with their different weapons, non-lethal weapons, at ready to potentially take out if they decide to throw something their way. That is also a concern for law enforcement. You can see there a water bottle coming down, screaming down onto the highway right now. So just different vantage points that we're watching as we await the mayor of Los Angeles. And this comes after, on Saturday, President Trump invoked a legal provision that allowed him to deploy the federal service members where there is a, quote, rebellion or danger of a rebellion against the authority of the government of the United States. He said he authorized the deployment of some 2,000 members of the National Guard. President Trump told reporters as he prepared to board Air Force One in Morristown, New Jersey, Sunday, that it was, quote, were violent people in Los Angeles, quote, they're not going to get away with it. Asked if he planned to send U.S. troops to Los Angeles, President Trump said, quote, we're going to have troops.
I'm sorry
everywhere.
about the feedback. Feedback just started a few minutes ago. I'm trying to figure it out. So
like it was under
you see me looking away from the camera or looking away because I'm trying to figure out what's causing that feedback. So I apologize about the feedback.
California officials who stand in the way of the deportations could face charges. A Wisconsin judge was arrested just last month on accusations she helped a man evade immigration authorities. President Trump said if officials stay in the way of law and order, they will face charges. We also heard that California Governor Gavin Newsom called Trump on Friday night and spoke for about 40 minutes. It's not clear if they spoke again on Saturday or Sunday. We know Newsom is on the ground right now in Southern California, in Los Angeles, to oversee the state's response. There was some confusion surrounding the exact timing of the guards' arrival, although we've seen them on the ground outside of that Metropolitan Detention Facility. We've seen roughly about 300. That is what the Associated Press is reporting, not the magnitude of the 2,000 that was called upon by President Trump. All right, let's just listen in. We're still waiting for Mayor Karen Bass to step through the microphone. Let's just listen in here. And again, viewer discretion is advised.
I think the feedback might be coming from the earpiece.
I believe that was a loud flash and bang or potentially a firework, unsure, as we're just kind of all getting this here in real time. And tear gas being used, flash bangs being used. You can see smoke wafting into the air, lofting and hoping to disperse some of these back up this on-ramp here just on the 101 freeway. It is blocked in both directions, halting traffic on a major thoroughfare there in Southern California. You can see also people being arrested right now as the LAPD, the Los Angeles Police, they have declared an unlawful assembly as they block this. They're asking these demonstrators, these anti-ICE demonstrators, to move back off this and remove themselves from this situation as we approach nightfall. So we're following this here on Live Now from Fox. Let's just continue to listen in. Again, viewer discretion is advised.
Earlier was getting the stream from Associated Press, but seems like their server got overwhelmed and the stream went down. So I'm streaming it from Fox, right? So, all right, let's get back to the audio.
Every once in a while, we'll hear one of those flashbangs coming in. As you can see now, protesters being led away, arrested, detained by local law enforcement on the ground on this highway. Of course, there is an unlawful assembly being declared by LAPD, and they are subject to the arrest. So just following this, we're still waiting on Mayor Karen Bass to step to the microphone, talk about what's coming up, but you can see protesters being led away. Potentially she will talk about the California National Guard that is being deployed to this region. We've heard from Governor Gavin Newsom talking about they hope to have those rescinded, that order rescinded, saying it will impact the state's sovereignty. So protesters being led away right now, zip ties, handcuffs potentially after this deployment earlier on today. This is day number 3 of this major outbreak of protests following immigration operations in this heavily Latino community in Southern California. Let's just continue to listen in here on Live Now from Fox for this fluid, dynamic situation.
Tempers are high right now. Like, this has been happening since Friday. Like I said, I did a video on Friday, like late Friday, in the wee hours of the morning, and I dropped it on Saturday. And that video is called Explosive Anger in Los Angeles Over ICE Raids. So you guys can check out that video. But this has been going on for 3 days, and I think it's going to keep going. I actually was going to just keep streaming all of Friday, and all right, so like I said, so, like I said, I was going to stream all of Friday and all of Saturday, but sleep overtook me, and I laid down and said, hey, I'm gonna go back and continue to stream, but I didn't wake up until late in the night, and I was like, man, I'm not even going to go. So I came by today, and I'm like, I'm going to stream today. I came in later than I wanted to come in, but I had to take care of some stuff, and I did, and I came over and started streaming. So I did the thumbnail and started streaming. So, hey, it's crazy what's going on. It's crazy. And even though the mayor and the governor are saying that they should pull the National Guards back because it impedes on the sovereignty of California.
Let's just continue on here on Live Now.
There's no control right now.
Just this image in full here.
Of course,
so
tempers are heightened.
The breadth of this movement
Let me mute this for a second.
Push the
tempers are heightened, and because tempers are heightened, we have situations like this. But there have to be some way to hold the people back from causing way more problems, right? So
declared it will send them in response to the protests that took place in Paramount, downtown Los Angeles, Westlake over the last 48 hours. These protests, as you can see, led to clashes between law enforcement, federal law enforcement as well, and alleged agitators with no ties to immigration advocacy. So clashes happening as comes as Border Patrol officers made their way to Southern California in gray SUVs and attire resembling riot gear this weekend. Their presence has alarmed Angelenos, prompting witnesses and activists who suspect the changing of ICE raids. So you're just seeing all this tear gas wafting into the air, pushing individuals back, the tactical gear by these law enforcement officials. This is not the National Guard you're looking at here. These are just local and state law enforcement. We did see California National Guard outside what I believe is the Metropolitan Detention Facility there, standing guard to assist in any way. But we also saw within the last hour or so, Governor Gavin Newsom talking about his urge to remove the National Guard as he feels the federal, the local and state authorities have it under control. He says, quote, indeed, the decision to deploy the National Guard without appropriate training or orders is risking seriously escalating this situation. There's currently no need for the National Guard to be deployed into Los Angeles and to do so in this unlawful manner and for such a lengthy period of time is a serious breach of state sovereignty that seems intentionally designed to inflame the situation while simultaneously depriving the state from deploying these personnel and resources where they are truly required. So Governor Gavin Newsom on the ground right now in Los Angeles as these protests are unfolding throughout this weekend after the immigration operation, some raids taking place on Friday, really sparking this, opening it up as well. So let's just continue to listen in here as we await Karen Bass. She's expected to speak to the media, potentially speak to people of Los Angeles about this, calling on peaceful protests here as well. Let's listen in.
So the mayor is going to speak now. So just give it a second. So Karen Bass, the mayor of Los Angeles, she's going to speak now. So she should be coming on the mic and in focus, into the camera. Let's see how that sounds.
You're just listening in here on Live Now from Fox. And let's switch gears here really quickly as we're hearing from LA Mayor Karen Bass as anti-ICE protesters clash with law enforcement. Let's listen into this here on Live Now.
About this is about another agenda. It's not about public safety. There's clearly no plan, and there is clearly no policy. I want the people of Los Angeles to know that we stand with all Angelenos, no matter where you were born. The First Amendment right gives you the ability, again, to protest peacefully, but it does not give you the right to be violent, to create chaos, or to vandalize property, and that will not be tolerated. So I call on all Angelenos to continue expressing your right, your anger, your outrage, but to do it peacefully. And I just have to say that all of you were there Friday. Everybody knows what happened Friday. A workplace, several workplaces were targeted and raids took place. Now, in the beginning, the administration said they were just looking for dangerous felons, violent people. It's hard to say that that's what they found at a workplace or in a Home Depot parking lot. When this happens, it terrifies people. It sends a sense of fear and chaos in our city. And you well remember a few years ago in the last administration that kids were afraid to go to school. Parents were afraid to go to work. This impacts all of our city. You can't terrify the workforce, and then expect for people to get the jobs done. So if you think about a father that went into a factory and now his family doesn't know where he is, the detainees have not been allowed to speak to legal counsel. That is a marked departure from what has happened in the past. When you think of a mother that might be working in a household, taking care of children on another side of town, that impacts that family as well as her family. And so this is something that I think should not be happening in our city, and I join with the governor in appealing to the administration to rescind the order to federalize the National Guard and allow the National Guard to come back under the control of the governor. So with that, we can open it up for questions. Yes.
We're going to start with Lolita and then we'll go to Chase.
Mayor, these protests that were demonstrations, I should say, did start out peacefully. You've been here since
Right.
in the morning.
Right.
But then they scattered and people were moved
Right.
around. Where is the LAPD in terms of being here to be able to deal with that and maybe stop them before they get over there?
Sure. Well, I think that basically they were overrun. But what is happening now is that the freeway is cleared. The California Highway Patrol, as you know, is in charge of the freeways. So they have moved all of the protesters back. They still might be there, but they are beginning to be dispersed. But LAPD is on the perimeter, so LAP is actively involved. You know that there were hundreds of protesters on the freeway and thousands of protesters off the freeway. So there is a joint collaboration going with the CHP, the LAPD, and then, frankly, the National Guard. But you also know that the National Guard is deployed to protect federal property. So there is a National Guard troops in Westwood at the federal building and also here downtown.
Next question,
Chase?
Mayor Bowles, have you reached out directly to the federal government, or is this you doing so right now with the media here? Have you tried to reach out?
No, my disappointment is I've been talking to the federal government for days. I was hoping to prevent this situation from happening. I was trying to encourage the administration that if they deployed the National Guard in Los Angeles, it would create a sense of chaos. It's the last thing our city needs. Our city is still trying to recover from the wildfires. And you just think about how so many people were impacted by that. And that's an example of where the administration was helpful. And to go from that situation to where we are now is just really tragic. And I think it's so unfortunate. It's the last thing Los Angeles needs.
When you say you've reached out to the federal government, have you reached to President Trump?
No, I did not reach out to President Trump directly. I spoke to his chief of staff. I talked to Tom Homan. I talked to the U.S. Attorney. So I've talked to several members of the administration.
Next question, Matthew.
Yeah, I know you've been watching these protests. First off, what do you see when you're watching this? And I know that you've mentioned being worried about the safety of the protesters, but are you also worried about members of law enforcement in the middle of this?
Well, I'm worried about everybody. I'm worried about members of law enforcement. I'm worried about the safety of the people who are peacefully protesting. I'm worried about the businesses that might get vandalized. I'm worried about the vandalism that took place around the federal building. All of that. We do not need to see our city torn apart. And the idea that the federal government that should be assisting us is a contributing factor, I think is very tragic. When I see the protesters, I know that so many people are affected by this. Their families are affected by this. People are terrified.
How do you think that vandalism impacts the overall message of the protests?
Well, I mean, I first of all, I think protests need to be peaceful, period. And any time it deteriorates into violence, that is a problem, and it absolutely messes with the overall message.
Next question right here in white.
Yeah, hi, Mayor. The Georgia Reporters. My question is, can you share a little bit about the conversations you've had with the governor, and how long you expect for the National Guard to actually be in?
You know what? Thanks for asking me that, because we're hearing all of sorts of information. We're hearing that the raids could continue. We're hearing that the National Guard is going to be here. So it's uncertain. But that's exactly the problem. Because we don't need in this city to go to sleep tonight and wake up in the morning and find out about people running through Home Depot parking lots being chased by ICE officers, or people going to work, or children at school. So we don't need any of that in our city right now. Our city's trying to heal. Our city is trying to rebuild. Our city does not need to be torn apart with a provocative measure from the federal government.
We're going to go right here, and then we'll go right here.
So, Mayor, the reality is people seem to still be getting violent. How do you plan to deal with that as we move forward?
If people get violent, if people break the law, they will be subject to arrest and they will be held accountable. It's as simple as that. So peaceful protest is what is needed. Peaceful protest is a part of our American tradition.
Right here.
Mayor, last night the U.S. Attorney seemed resolute that these raids would continue regardless of what's happened over the last 2 or 3 days. In your conversations with him, has there been any kind of attempted compromise or sort of kind of lowering the temperature, at least till things cool off locally, if they want to continue, or are they just doing it regardless of how everyone else feels?
Well, I mean, I think what we see now is they're doing it regardless of how anyone else feels. My conversation with the U.S. Attorney, though, was not focused on that.
We're going to go right?
Yeah, I have a question.
Oh, hi, Frank.
It appears that the LAPD is cooperating with ICE in this operation outside the Metropolitan Detention Center. They moved in, there was a peaceful protest. The LAPD moved the people back using flashbang and less than lethal munitions. comment on that, because
Sure.
the LAPD is not supposed to be cooperating with us.
Sure. Well, first of all, I'm not sure that LAPD was involved with the flashbangs. But anyway, let me just say that what happened there is that when one branch of law enforcement says they need help, another branch of law enforcement is going to respond and is obligated to respond. And so the minute that protest left the federal building, then that's when LAPD were involved. So the cooperation that you're referring to, I believe, is the cooperation around coordinating with ICE in terms of raiding workplaces or arresting people who are undocumented.
Right here in the direct. Hi, what's your exact understanding of the timeline for how long the National Guard is going to be here? How long the raids are going to continue? Are there going to be daily raids for...
I have no exact timeline. I cannot tell you that. That's part of the problem, right? We do not know. I have heard a variety of days and weeks. I certainly hope that this is over. The last thing this city needs is civil unrest, and the last thing this city needs is civil unrest that's provoked.
Quick follow-up. So I've seen LAPD fire point-blank foam bullets, rubber bullets into the ground, but in some cases directly at protesters. Can you speak about what kind of orders are under in terms of handling people protesting?
I can't in terms of the specific orders that are being given by the chief or the other commanding officers.
So may we be speaking then to Chief Donald?
I'm going to speak to him in the next few minutes.
Okay, great.
Yes,
So
I'm
what is
leaving
then
from
the
here
plan?
to meet with him.
Great. What is then the plan for tomorrow? Because let's say presumably this does not happen.
Right. Well, you know, I think one thing is that because our city has always had a very robust immigrant rights movement and infrastructure and institutions that have been around for several decades, there is a history of having peaceful protests here. Now, you know, like any crowd, if we're talking about after an athletic event, everybody celebrates. There's always a handful of people that tend to be at the end and tend to hang around and might get into mischief and violence. But that's not the people who are putting on the protests. I tell you that to say that when those protests have been organized, they've been organized in a proper way. The problem is what happens at the end, and that's one thing that is difficult with crowd control, whether it is a political protest or whether it is a football game.
Did you say you talked to Tom Holman?
Yes, I did talk to Tom Holman.
What did he tell you?
Well, he just listened. I mean, the main thing he said was he appreciated that there was a call for no violence. I'm not exactly sure what was expected, but, you know, I was encouraging him not to deploy the National Guard. I knew that the order had been given. The president had signed the order to the governor that he was federalizing the National Guard, that 2,000 troops were going to be deployed, but that didn't mean that they would actually be deployed onto our streets. So my conversation with him was trying to encourage to prevent the deployment. Obviously, that did not work.
So maybe the mayor's going to
meeting with the police chief and anybody else, or just the police chief?
The police chief, the sheriff, and the governor.
When the mayor's about peaceful protests, we're hearing the noises outside as this crowd's getting closer and presumably more violent as they're coming up through the streets here. I know it's nice to talk about peaceful protests.
That's not peaceful, what was happening. It's not peaceful for people to be on the highways. It's not peaceful for people to throw rocks or bottles. That's not peaceful.
So then how do we reconcile the difference? Obviously, there's frustration with the Trump administration and the feds, but as LAPD and the Sheriff's Department try to distance themselves from the actions of these immigration actions and work being done, they're against authority in a lot of ways. They're standing outside City Hall, this is your office. It's not necessarily against you. How do you distance yourself, but also kind of try to keep it peaceful at a time where it's anti-authority?
Well, and let me just tell you that I don't think there's any equivocating on nonviolence. And if you are going to entertain violence, if you are going to try to take over a freeway, then you are going to suffer the consequences of doing that. I don't think that LAPD, the sheriff, and certainly not myself, are not shying away from statements like that.
Any details about what the National Guard mission is going to be?
I'm sorry?
Any details about what the National Guard mission is going to be within LA? Where they're going to be deployed?
Well, what I know right now is that the mission of the National Guard is to protect federal property and the federal building, which is why you have only seen them there. You have not seen them out in the community or anything like that. And just in terms of, you know, to wrap up, I just have to say that, again, our city has been through a lot since the beginning of the year. And now thinking that there is a large percentage of our city that is terrified, that is not going to know if they go to sleep tonight, and they go to work or they go to school, will that be the last day they do that? Will that be the last day they see their family? We can't have this in our city. Los Angeles is a city of immigrants where 50% of the population is Latino. A percentage of the populations are from Asian countries and from all over the world. And we embrace all Angelenos. It doesn't matter where you came from or when you got here. But the most important thing right now is that our city be peaceful. And so protests and expressing your, fears, your beliefs is appropriate to do, but it is just not appropriate for there to be violence. And I don't want people to fall into the chaos that I believe is being created by the administration completely unnecessarily. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, everybody.
All right, there
LA
was
Mayor Karen Bass
the
bringing
mayor.
us an update. We've been watching these live images on the screen as she's been speaking. She spoke at length about those who have taken over freeways, those who have thrown objects at officers. She says that type of behavior will not be tolerated. We continue to see protesters with signage, and as we've been seeing the past 48 hours, some of them holding Mexican flags, as well as I see one Palestinian flag as well. Skyfox over the intersection near Temple Street, where again, we see lots and lots of people gathering. We don't exactly know how long all of this is going to last for the evening, so our game plan here on Live Now is to stick with this story for the remainder of the night. We're going to keep bringing you live images from these scenes for as long as we have these feeds coming into the newsroom. We want to make sure that we document every second of what's taking place. LA Mayor Bass saying violence and vandalizing property will not be tolerated. She says that she's been in touch with the federal government. So she says that she's disappointed that the National Guard ended up being deployed. She says it's not peaceful to be on the freeways. It's not peaceful to throw objects at officers. Getting raw audio sounds through most of these live feeds still at this point. We've got a few different angles.
All right, so I just went from the Fox stream over to the Associated Press. Going over. All right, so we're here. You can hope you can hear the audio. The audio is coming through. Like I said, I was on the Fox stream. Now I'm over on the Associated Press and streaming from there to get a different perspective.
Remember you're out. I'm sorry. Remember you're out. Remember you're out, cop. Remember you're out, cop.
This is the California National Guard.
I know you remember you're out. I know you're hurt. I can see it in your face. You don't want to be here. You guys, come there, brother. You guys should all turn your back on them. All of you. Look at you. Your friends, the police officers, marched with the people. Why aren't you guys marching with the people? There's power to what you guys do. There's power to your actions. You guys can decide to march with us. And you don't. You guys are proud. You guys are proud. You guys have a fucking choice. You guys have a fucking choice, dog. You guys have a fucking choice. See what they're doing? Look what you guys are doing. Remember you're out. Remember you're out. This is fascism.
Yeah, folks, this is crazy what's going on. Folks, what do you guys think? What do you think about what's going on? Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow. Let me see what other news channels are saying. Let me open up NBC. See what they're saying.
Water makes it better. Flush it and blow your nose.
All right, I'm gonna head over to another news channel. Wow, what's going on here? It's like something is going on over here. Let me see what's happening over on this channel. Oh wow, they're burning a car. What kind of car is that? That looks like one of Google's autonomous cars. Oh, they're burning one of Google's autonomous cars. Well, wait a second. They vandalized another. Wow. Wow. They're burning Google autonomous cars. Well, I think they're called Waymos. Wow. Yeah. Wow. They're burning. Wow. Wow. NBC ended their live stream, so we can't get an angle from over there. So we'll just stick to Fox and Associated Press.
brave of you to defend our children. Are you here? Were you when the Capitol was being stormed, taken, all because it was trans people. Couldn't go in because it was for Trump. Those make the truth aside.
Wow, wow, wow.
But, you know, again, to answer your question, this isn't anything, this isn't a militia coup. It's happening in LA more than in other cities because there is more of that sort of civil society around specifically the rights of immigrants in LA than probably any other city in the country. So that's why, it's a big part of why we're seeing this kind of response.
They're burning cars now, man. Hello?
You guys get active duty pay for this? Love to see it. I got a question for you. Still a question. There you go. Read your history books. Wild that you all have indigenous symbols on your shoulder patches. Look at that. Wild. What is that? What is that symbol on your left shoulder? Is it appropriated?
Look at that, man. They're vandalizing the cars, burning them up. I mean, like, Google has nothing to do with this, so why would they vandalize the Waymos? Right? Alphabet has nothing to do with this. Alphabet didn't raid and snatch people up, so why would they vandalize the Waymo cars? Look at that. Millions of dollars they invest. That car, that autonomous car probably costs maybe about 80 to 100 grand to get customized and fitted so they can drive the streets and pick up and drop people off. That's crazy. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that, man. Look at that. All that smoke just going up into the atmosphere. It's crazy.
I don't see anything that says it's the permanent
What happened to the audio? They muted the audio? What happened to the audio? That's weird. Okay, there's the audio. Hold on.
That's who this guy is. He's no fucking press. He's fucking Joe Felix, and he follows the MAGA calendar all the way to Maryland, and he hangs out with Trump. That's who this motherfucker is. Don't let him fool you. He's not press. He's a fucking white supremacist wannabe. This guy fucking loves that this is happening. Joe Felix loves that this is happening. He can't wait for everybody to get arrested. Joe, because I'm going to be up your ass in Los Angeles every time you waddle into this city.
calling this actually. All right, I'm going to City Hall. Okay. So which way is it?
All around this way, go to this street.
Okay. It's on the other side, right?
You're doing a live right now. Thanks.
All right, that was just a friend of mine called in to get some return, actually just to return my call. Might be jumping on a call to get somebody else's perspective in a few. All right, so just wanted to share that. You guys probably saw my mouth moving and didn't hear anything. I muted the mic.
Got this one.
Look at that, man. I'm so disappointed because they're actually burning the Waymo cars, man. I'm disappointed in that. I'm disappointed in that. You know. That they're burning the Waymo cars, man. Yeah, look at that, man. Look, just look. Let me see what. Just freaking crazy, man. Just freaking crazy. Let me see.
Sorry, excuse me.
Look at that. I mean, every time I see the image of them burning the Waymo cars, right? Waymo is a part of Alphabet Group, which used to be a part of Google. But look at that. They're burning the cars. Google has nothing to do with it. Alphabet has nothing to do with it. Waymo has absolutely nothing to do with it. But they're burning their cars. Right? That's why the National Guards are needed. Because if they're doing this to private property for a company that has nothing to do with the raids, right? Let me bring this up. That has nothing to do with the raids, then the guards are out there to make sure that they don't burn any government properties, because this can easily escalate into them burning down government buildings. Easily. Seems like California is always into something. You know, from way back. The Rodney Kings, the Watts riots, the fires, the protest. Well, I guess ICE didn't expect that this was going to happen. I think they thought they were going to go in California and do what they've been doing in other states, and the people the people would just be chill. But California is like a country of all on its own. I mean, California stands out. California is what? The largest state in the union? Let's double check. I think California is the largest state in the union, then Texas. Let me see. Oh, Alaska is the largest state. They said California is the third largest state. All right, hold on 1 second. Someone's calling.
Goddamn care about you. Join us. You're a fucking political fucking pawn.
Yeah, it was just another buddy of mine called, and so I had to quickly talk with him. Yeah. This is, listen, let me see what another angle is doing. Let me see what. So as I was reading earlier, I thought California was the largest state. I should know that, right? California is the third largest state. Alaska is the largest state in the United States, while California is the third largest according to census. No. I'm talking about size. In terms of size. By size. They're given about by population. So the biggest state in the United States by size is Alaska. And twice the size of Texas, the second largest state. So okay, so Alaska is the largest state, Texas is the second largest state, and then California is the third largest state. All right, so I wanted to clear that up.
President Trump says that these soldiers are needed to restore the peace. The Democratic politicians here say they're only likely to make things worse.
Look at that, man. Why would you burn the car? The car has nothing to do with what's going on. The car did not raid anywhere. Right? Look at there. Google cars. That's 1, 2, 3 cars. These are Google cars, the Waymo cars that they burned. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Now they're saying that Donald Trump is a felon. Look at there. Look. Man, really? Look, no, there's another one. There's 4 cars. Why? Why? This is just ridiculous. This is atrocious. Look at that. Yo, this is ridiculous. It seems like there's a lot of content creators out there that's streaming. Hold on, someone's calling. Hold on.
Mostly over the shoulder check.
Yo. Not my president is what the sign says. Not my president. Not my voice, not my value, not my what's the other word? Beliefs. Is that beliefs? Hey guys, you see this man? For the 2.5 people watching, do you see this? This is crazy. This is just crazy. This is just crazy.
Are we okay moving a
I'll
little
move
for
this up here. Put
Do you
it
want to
here.
stay static? I mean, only just like if I refer to the protesters and then.
How are you doing? I'm hiding. I've started working as well as a photo editor for Le Monde. So that's nice. You know, office work, I thought it would kill me, and in fact, it's actually quite nice. I hear that. What? You don't like being tear gassed?
3 days now.
I mean, these are the ones like, yeah, I'm too old for this shit now. Like, or like, we've done them all.
Well, you can see the National Guard members standing behind the California National Guard, it says on their riot shields there. They've been deployed just as President Trump said they would. And on this side, you can see a crowd of a few hundred protesters. They've been shouting things like, "You work for us." And although it's been overwhelmingly peaceful throughout the afternoon, we have seen a bit of tension with tear gas volleys being fired on.
Look at that, man.
And this crowd is furious at what they see as a major breach of precedent and protocol in American politics, overreached by the White House. The first time, Clive, in 60 years that the National Guard have been sent in to a U.S. city.
Give the video a like, guys. Give the video a like so it can be pushed out more and more in the algorithm. Give the video a like, guys. If you haven't given the video a like yet, give the video a like. Right, remember to like, share, and subscribe. Like, share, and subscribe, guys. Let me bring another video over.
clarity on what.
What if it was your brother, your sister?
Well, what's shifted in recent days and weeks, Clive, is the administration's targeting of immigrants has shifted from a focus on immigrants with criminal records, the sort of hardcore immigrants that Donald Trump promised to go after on the campaign trail, to what many see as much softer targets, the thousands and thousands of undocumented migrants who staff this country's farms and restaurants, and that these protesters say ought to be left well alone. Of course, Mr. Trump claims he has a mandate. Immigration was at the centre of his election campaign, but it is very clear that that tension you speak about, that was there long before these protests, is beginning to show in terms of that relationship between states like California and the White House. And there is no doubt that Democratic politicians like the California Governor Gavin Newsom believes that the National Guard are now being used as political pawns in all of this, purely for political efforts.
Man. Wow. And I'm gonna go back over to, let's see.
Channel now.
Let me mute this and go back over to. All right, let me hear what Fox is saying again. All right, there's some audio from Fox. I was playing the audio from another channel while you guys are listening to Fox, but let's see what audio is coming over from Fox right now. Wow. People are hiding their faces. They don't want their faces to be seen on camera.
briefly do some catch-up for anybody who's just tuning in. We've been watching scenes out of downtown Los Angeles. This is the third day in a row. We've gone wall-to-wall, covering the ongoing protest activity. This all began when a number of immigration enforcement operations were carried out by federal agents in Southern California. It caused a number of Angelenos to take to the streets, protest. We've seen, in some cases, violence. We've seen, in many more cases, peaceful protest. Today, we've seen, and I'll more specifically refer to the 101 freeway earlier today, when traffic was being blocked in one of Southern California's major arteries. We've been looking at these live vantage points. Looks like the image may have froze on us, by the way. Coming back. What you're looking at on the screen are a number of electric vehicles, autonomous Waymo vehicles. For those that are familiar, those that are unfamiliar with Waymo vehicles, they are autonomous, they're basically Ubers, and they ride around Southern California, giving rides to passengers. A number of them have been set on fire in downtown Los Angeles. We've got our chopper back up above the scene, so we've got a Skyfox vantage point. Some of those horseback officers working on the crowds there. We're gonna stick with this triple box though, because we've got a lot to keep eyes on. We do appreciate all the video journalists who stay down in these areas, capturing every moment. We wanna make sure we document every second of what happens in times like these. And again, as Hal and I were discussing, it's frankly crushing to watch the black smoke that's been emanating from these vehicles. No doubt, very unhealthy air quality for anybody who may be in and around these areas. The toxic materials that make up the components of an e-vehicle, the lithium battery, to be specific, certainly poses a health hazard, as Hal was alluding to. Not to mention the danger posed by some of the explosions that we've seen from these vehicles as well as they've continued to burn. Let's catch up with everything that we're learning from Fox 11 in Los Angeles. Some of you may not have been watching the previous 2 days. I'll try and sum up as best I can. After 2 days of anti-ICE protests in Los Angeles County, the National Guard has made its way to Southern California. Now we're on the third day of protests. The Guard members' arrival comes as the Trump administration declared it will send the National Guard in response to the protests that took place in Paramount, downtown Los Angeles, and Westlake over the last 48 hours. The protests have led to tense clashes between federal law enforcement, protesters, and alleged agitators with no ties to immigration advocacy. We've been watching as these scenes have developed in real time the past few days. We've watched a number of areas be damaged by protesters. We've seen a number of car fires. We saw one yesterday, and now we've seen, I've counted at least 3 so far in this immediate area that we're looking at right now. The clashes between federal law enforcement and civilians are coming as Border Patrol officers have made their way to Southern California in gray SUVs and attire resembling riot gear this weekend. Their presence has alarmed Angelenos, prompting witnesses and activists to suspect the staging of ICE raids in some cases. Fox 11 caught the tense moments in both downtown Los Angeles and Paramount yesterday as cars were set on fire there. Armed federal agents fired non-lethal rounds at some of those demonstrators. We saw the tear gas being deployed yesterday. We saw the flashbangs being deployed as well. Officers over bullhorns warning of the use, perhaps, of less than lethal, like rubber bullets. We do know that we have Lieutenant Randy Sutton, who will be joining us eventually, shortly here. He'll join the program and we'll discuss everything that's taking place in downtown LA this afternoon. You're listening in, by the way. We don't exactly know. There could be some sort of motorized vehicle in the area. Let's listen into the natural audio for a little bit longer.
This is not peaceful protest. It's violence.
So, we continue to watch these live images. A number of active scenes in downtown Los Angeles. A number of protesters have been detained today. We do have on the line now Lieutenant Randy Sutton. He's a law enforcement expert. He joins us to break down scenes just like the one we've been watching for the past 48 hours or so. As always, Lieutenant, thanks for coming on. He's joining us over the phone here. Firstly, Lieutenant, what have you made of the now third day that we've gone wall to wall covering these protests? Does it feel like this is going to be something that we're probably going to be keeping an eye on for much more time, potentially many more days to come?
Yeah, I believe so. I think that that this is the moment that many on the political left are looking for. I believe that this some of this is manufactured in order to create the anarchy that you're seeing here. This is a pivotal moment in America, I fully believe. But what we're seeing is a confluence of different powers, state power, local power, and federal power, all at odds with one another based on politics, not based on law. The law is very clear when it comes down to the federal law enforcement immigration laws. What has happened here is that we are seeing a government that is at odds with one another. And it's very disturbing because law enforcement is at odds here with the leadership of these cities and states. So you're getting you're getting a politicized environment, which is exceedingly dangerous for law enforcement. We're seeing officers being attacked here in very dramatic ways. We're seeing them pepper sprayed by individuals in the crowd. We're seeing massive pieces of concrete being dropped on them. We're seeing them being assaulted. And when you have a situation like this where the mob is masked, is equipped with damaging materials that can cause a great deal of physical harm, this is an exceedingly dangerous situation. And law enforcement has to protect itself. But at the same time, the optics here are very, very powerful. And I'm going to make a forecast. And that forecast is that there's going to be some violence that takes place where there could very well be a loss of life, possibly at the hands of law enforcement who are defending themselves. And the political left is going to utilize this as a moment in time that they wish it'll be their version of Tiananmen Square. that they are trying to push their political agenda.
Randy, what is the correct way to protest? Protesting is a First Amendment right. First Amendment protects the right to peacefully assemble. At what point, and we have an obvious example of it playing out on our screen right now, what draws the line between peaceful assembly and what we've been watching over the past 2 to 3 days?
Well, it's very clear. The peaceful assembly is just that. It's words. It's peaceful actions. It's linking arms. It's chanting. It is communicating. What we're seeing here is not communication. What we're seeing here is violence.
Yep.
And that's where the lines get crossed. Now, here's the harsh reality, is that now that the benchmark was the George Floyd riots, when basically cities burned and there were no consequences in most cases, from New York to Portland, Oregon, to LA, to many cities, throughout the country. These riots and the insane criminality that went along with it was virtually ignored by the leaders of these cities, and police were powerless to do anything to stop it. There were very few prosecutions. Now that has taken place, it's tough to put that genie back in the bottle.
Yep.
And we've seen very, very few consequences for that criminality then. Now, the fact that Donald Trump is in office, and that the federal system is actually being utilized in the method that it should have been years ago, and that is to enforce the laws. Laws are on the books for a reason, but because literally over the last 4 years or so, the laws have been virtually ignored, and not only ignored, but we saw a system that encouraged law breaking at the federal migration system. And now that has ended, the politics of this time period is now playing out before us. We're seeing playing out right now. We are seeing the fruits that were born from the Biden administration, and I don't like to get into politics when it comes down to law enforcement, but there's no way to avoid it here, because this situation is so highly dangerous towards law enforcement. Remember, I run a nationwide charity called the Wounded Blue that helps injured and disabled officers, and I'm seeing cops getting injured every single day. And when I see dangerous situations like this,
what's going on,
we're going to see devastating injuries that occur as a result of this.
You change your number?
What my fear is that if there isn't a unified approach,
that was you that texted me back and said, "Who's this?"
State law enforcement, county law enforcement, and federal law enforcement,
all
working together to protect each other.
Let me go back.
Then we're going to see even
I
more
have
devastation.
2 numbers here for you.
Randy, we heard from LA Mayor Karen Bass moments ago. She says
numbers I have here for you
it's not
is
peaceful to be on the freeways like we saw earlier today.
And
she says it's not peaceful to throw objects at officers.
8201 is
sadly, we've seen situations where
you don't have any more.
Large pieces of concrete.
Well, the reason I was calling you is because you're in California. I'm live streaming right now, and I'm like, you're right there where things are going on. I wanted to
she says,
call you up
need to
on
be
the
peaceful,
on the phone and have a conversation with you, so you can tell me what you are hearing on your side.
Are trying to communicate. She underscored that if people break the law, they will be subject to arrest. But Randy, is there more that could be done in order to cool the temperature at these scenes?
Well, I believe those are hollow words from the mayor there. She has set some of this into the process by her words previous to that. She's not part of the solution. She's part of the problem. What needs to be done is that law enforcement needs to be allowed to defend themselves and enforce the laws. And when they are allowed to do that, then we will see consequences to actions. Quite honestly, if you attempt to drop a cinder block or a massive piece of concrete onto a police officer, which can kill them or cause, devastating injuries, if you were to do that in an isolated situation, a police sniper could take you out, and that would be a perfectly justifiable use of force. Because of this mob situation, you have people acting in ways that they would normally not do in a personal situation. And then besides that, there is no doubt at all that there are organized efforts at play here, that there are the same individuals. I guarantee you, if you identified all the people that were in this crowd doing the most heinous part of these actions, you would see that they are the same players that were with Antifa, George Floyd.
All right. So what's going on here is
areas
that
when there was massive unrest.
past week,
There are professional
ICE has been raiding
agitators at play here. There are and
parts
the
of
fact
California,
that
taking away people, right?
they're allowed to walk around wearing masks, and that has become acceptable behavior. They can act without regard to being identified. That's dangerous, and it should be outlawed, and it should be enforced.
One thing.
Keep watching. I'm on a call. I call
clear
buddy
is
from
that
mine.
we've been watching these protests
You can keep watching.
for, as I've said, 3 days straight now. We've seen a number of peaceful protesters. We've seen lots and lots of peaceful
on Friday,
protesters who, as you alluded to,
they went
are simply out there
into
using their words.
a private
But sadly,
business,
we see examples
and it's a
of
manufacturing
people like this. This is who you and I were just
facility,
alluding to.
and they rounded
Matt
up everybody
Seedorf,
down.
Fox 11 says the FBI is offering a $50,000
And that's
reward for
sparked
information leading to the arrest of a man seen on video
rage,
throwing rocks
and
at federal agents
it sparked their
Saturday
rage.
in Paramount,
They started to
California.
protest. So
Randy,
I actually
we were
did
just looking at some
a video,
images while
I
you were
recorded the
speaking.
actual wee hours of
We
the
saw
party.
this, and I need to ask.
Started the
maybe
recording on Friday,
you can
but
see, I hope you can see what's on our screen here. But one of the videographers
I recorded
zoomed
like in
on
the wee
those,
hours of the morning.
blue. I wouldn't even know what to call those pellets, if you will.
explosive
Can you
anger
describe
in
to us what
Lhasa.
we're looking at? Foam baton, also. It
That's
says
just
on
been
some
going
of
on
those
since
containers.
Friday. And
Yeah,
I
those
figure
are
since you're living in
what's called
Cali,
low lethality
you'll know what's going on.
They're made from different
Yesterday,
substances.
I was going to
rubber,
come back in yesterday.
foam, but believe me, they hurt like hell if you
go
get hit
live
by
again.
them. They're shot out of,
because I was
generally speaking,
up
a 40
the whole night
millimeter
until like this
launcher,
knocked
or
out, and I didn't
in the
come
case of
back.
some of these
I
are
came back in today. Was like I'm going to call
single-use low lethality
I have a
weapons, and they're called low lethality for a reason. Because if you get hit by them, generally speaking, they just cause pain. But if you get hit in the eye or hit in the head with it, it can become a mortal wound. So they're called low lethality or lower lethal rounds, and they're used for trying to take down an individual, or in this case, mass
yeah, they were throwing rocks at them
riots,
because they
where
taking
you can
people,
use these to disperse
snatching up people.
the crowd.
Because remember,
as
originally when they
opposed
said
to
that
gas,
they're going
which
to
is
go
another
after
option.
the most
Law
criminal,
enforcement is
the
always
hardened
looking
criminal,
for a
violent folks.
an option to
that was-
disperse people that will
At first, it
cause
appears
the
that
least
way.
amount of physical harm. These, what you just saw scattered on the roadway there, are some of the
Walking on the road
spent
and
rounds.
People that are at work.
So, Lieutenant, we're not only
even
watching
with
this
bunch of farm states
in
right
Los Angeles, but
farm states
let's also
are
note
saying
that we've got
workers
reporters on the ground in San Francisco as well. Unfortunately, we just dropped the feed that I was going to bring up, but we did just have a live feed of similar protest activity taking place in Northern California as well. Is that another thing you're going to be watching for in the coming days? Is if we see things like we're seeing in Los Angeles in other major metros across the country?
And they're offering
Absolutely,
$11
you're going to
an
see
hour.
that. There's no doubt in my mind.
7 days a week.
Remember, there
8 to
are
10 hours.
organizations that are playing a role here.
In the time when
there's money
Trump
being funneled to these protests. There are people being transported to these protests who are professionals. That's what they do. They're agitators,
and he was also saying that
they get paid to do it.
Illegal migrants are taking away the black job.
When
I was
you
watching
see
a content creator today.
Let me tell you, this country
was like what they were hearing when he says that
and I'm a deep
are taking away the black job.
And law enforcement
when the migrants
protects the people's right to protest.
The migrants when ICE come and take them off the farm,
of this nation,
support them, then the blacks are going to return back to the farm.
There are those that take those freedoms, and then
they were hearing
them for their own
they are
purposes
taking. They were hearing Trump say they're taking away the black jobs. So when they're gone, the black people are going to come back.
If you are willing to
work,
place someone's life in jeopardy, or
so
now
there's a bunch of people raging. TikTok,
ability to live a life
and a bunch of
pain.
You're willing to raging.
Attack
quite a bit of them are women
with bricks or with
blacks don't want to
frozen
come
water
work.
bottles
Jobs.
or with rocks or fire bombs or fireworks, like we have seen. We've seen people attack, police officers attacked by people on motorcycles. Those are deadly weapons. And here's my warning to those who are willing to put themselves in a position to harm a police officer with a deadly weapon, to use deadly force against you. And I hate to say this, but I think it's just a matter of time where we're going to see that. And right now, what I've seen is that law enforcement has used incredible restraint. And when we see the number at the end of this, if we see the number of officers who've been injured in the line of duty, it's going to be startling.
I'm Austin Westfall. I'm here with Lieutenant Randy Sutton. Randy's been giving us context to the situation at hand here. It is a complex scene that we've been working with, and another complex scene we just got eyes on in San Francisco as well, as I was alluding to. In fact, Randy, KTVU, Fox 2 San Francisco, just came on with their newscast, and they're actually bringing us some live reporting from the protests that they're seeing in the Bay Area. If you will, stand by with us here. We're going to play out. We have the ability here at Live Now to tap in to some of our sister stations' feeds. So let's watch a little bit of the news in San Francisco. They're covering some of these similar situations up north.
These families are back!
Raids on undocumented immigrants. They are also out here to demonstrate their First Amendment rights to free speech, the ability to assemble. Earlier, I spoke with a man who arrived here as early as 10 in the morning to make his voice heard.
We have a very clear First Amendment right to protest. Similarly, we have undocumented people. You know, it's very clearly established in Supreme Court case law that undocumented people, that any human in the United States has 4th and 14th Amendment rights to due process.
Got really upset because.
So again, a fairly peaceful protest until just a few minutes ago. Within the last few seconds, we've sort of seen any sort of defacement of this building stop. We're certainly keeping a close eye on this. Unclear right now whether these protesters plan to stay here or perhaps relocate, march through the city, similar to what we saw take place in LA. Back to you.
Yeah.
in our area as well.
This comes as
Right.
Of the National Guard to quell protests against ICE raids in the Los Angeles area.
The president is seeking to create a reality television theater, risking human lives, risking violence.
It is clear that this move is designed to inflame and divide. That is the goal, to create chaos and inflame and trigger a reaction.
We are here to urge that all protests remain peaceful.
The National Guard arrived in LA Sunday morning after President Trump sent 2,000 guardsmen there, adding on.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, the audio kind of split for a second there, so I needed to bring it back online. So you were saying you made a funny a while ago. You were saying it's so crazy that you're scared to put ice in your cup. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Undocumented people. That, you know, one second, Brands. Hold that thought. Let me make sure that it's actually streaming through. Hold a second. Let me just make sure that it's streaming through.
For a multitude of reasons, it would be to be in these areas. If anybody's planning perhaps to go to any of these areas later in the day, can you describe to us what type of danger it presents?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, while there may be a normal inquisitiveness amongst people to go down and see what's happening, you know, not because you want to participate, but simply because this is a very unusual thing to see. And of course, the curiosity is, hey, you know, let's go down and take a look. Here's where the danger is, that we have people that are in this crowd that are clearly and try to incite violence, that they are using violence, they're using explosive devices, they're fanning the flames of this situation to further their own political goals, and the potential for injury is great. You're seeing play out in front of you, you know, fires that are taking place, lots of graffiti happening, confrontations between law enforcement and the agitators, ballistic rounds that are low lethality rounds that are being utilized. And you know, when there's a crowd situation and you just want to be in that crowd, you are placing yourself in jeopardy. You're placing yourself in a position where you could be caught up in something that you don't want any part of. So my advice is watch it from your television, but don't go down there and get yourself involved in it.
Randy, one thing that a lot of people have questions about, and by the way, one thing that we don't like to see, we saw some of the protesters getting up in some of the fire department's faces there. That's something that I was seeing yesterday as officers were shutting down surface streets in the Compton area, is sometimes some of the protesters, they aren't shy about getting right up into the face of some of these people who are out here doing their job, especially this firefighter here who's trying to douse, no doubt, a really hot fire. We know how these electric vehicles burn and some of the chemicals that are inside these vehicles. We know how they burn. Randy, one thing that I'm going to be watching for is we sort of lose our visibility. It looks like it's getting pretty smoky out there. One thing that we're going to be following is the next few days. We've already asked you about the possibility of this happening in multiple cities, the possibility of this continuing on for multiple days. But what about today? It's a weekend, presumably. Typically, do we see higher protest activities on days like Saturdays and Sundays? Is it possible that when we get back into the weekday, some of this calms down?
It's possible, but on the other side of the coin is if there are more people present in the city, more can get caught up in it. And remember this too, you know, when these protesters block the freeways, you know, the men and women that are in these cars, they're trying to live their lives, trying to visit their families, trying to go about their normal routine. And, you know, they're being placed in a situation that is very cumbersome for them by these protesters. And, you know, is that part of your First Amendment right to interfere with the lives of other people? No, it's not. Doesn't mean that they continue to do it, but the reality is that if you're in a vehicle and you get caught up in this, that's a very uncomfortable place to be. It actually happened to me during one of the protests. I happened to be visiting Los Angeles on some Wounded Blue business, and got caught up in when they had another protest where they blocked the freeway, and then it was a very, very volatile situation on the surface streets as well. And you see people that, like I said, will act in ways that they normally would not act when they're in a mob situation. You know, mob is a very strong word, but I've seen it play out in way too many times where individuals act in ways that would be foreign to them if they were simply by themselves.
So this was just sent out by California Governor Newsom. Says he was joined by the LAPD as well as the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department and state emergency officials in LA as they respond to protests provoked by chaos from Washington. Newsom's words. He says, "We're here to keep the peace, not play into Trump's political games." Sadly, politics has become a big part of the discussion with these protests, Randy, but I want to ask you about the types of conversations that are going on in a room like this. What are they discussing?
Just by that statement alone, when we respond to protests provoked by chaos from Washington, that in and of itself tells the whole story about Newsom and tells the whole story about the political movement there, where they're trying to blame Trump. This is not Trump. This is the federal government trying to put the genie back in the bottle for all the maltreatment of the federal system of laws that was discarded under the previous administration. You know, these immigration laws have been on the books for decades. The fact that they were not enforced, not only not enforced, but they were encouraged to be broken by Newsom, by the radical members of the political left. This is the response now that a government is saying, we're going to act like a government. We're going to enforce the laws. And then Newsom says it's the chaos brought by Washington. No, the chaos was created by the failure to enforce laws for years, and by the political left failing to enforce laws, not just from immigration, but from many of the statutes that have been ignored, and lack of consequences for criminal activity. This is the perfect storm for a situation like this. And for Newsom to blame it on the chaos from Washington is folly. And it just really shows the reality of the situation is that the political left is maneuvering all of this and making this a much less safe environment.
But Randy, let's ask about the nuts and bolts. Let's talk about the procedural things that are going on in a room like this, though. Let's move politics aside for the moment. I am curious about what kind of discussions are going on between these are the leaders. These are the guys that are in charge of how they respond to this incident. So what are they going over in this room? I believe this is the first time Newsom has met in person with the heads of the LAPD, the Sheriff's Department, other state emergency officials. What are they figuring out when they have a meeting in person like this?
All right, they're gonna be discussing what the options are, and for as escalation continues, they're going to want to know what the options are, what the abilities are of the different law enforcement agencies to combat these issues. Now, remember that every police agency trains for situations like this, but these situations are very, very fluid and are very difficult on law enforcement because it expends resources at an abnormally high rate. You can't keep police officers on the line for extended periods of time. So there's a tremendous amount of operational issues here that focus on the manpower. And this is why it's important that the National Guard actually be there, because the resources of the LAPD, LA Sheriff, Highway Patrol are limited. And because you can't take every cop off the line, off what they do in their normal enforcement duties, and put them into the protests, and not expect that there won't be some huge blowback and fallout from that. So what those individuals in that room are doing are determining what the assets are that are required to combat the escalating situation, and what needs to be done in order to end it, stop it, or control it. And the more they allow violence to continue without a heavy enforcement, then they're going to continue to see this escalate. And so that's what they're talking about. And and of course, remember that the police leadership is governed by the political leadership. So they're going to have to take their marching orders from the governor, from the mayor, who I received information earlier today that was very disturbing from an LAPD source, that Karen Bass actually took operational control away from the incident commander at one point. And of course, this requires skill and training, something that she has none of. And if you try to take operational control from law enforcement, that's a recipe for absolute disaster.
Randy, procedurally, what happens after somebody is detained or arrested at one of these scenes? As we've been watching this play out throughout the day, intermittently, we do see people get cuffed. There's no, from what I've seen so far, I haven't seen any data to suggest exactly how many arrests have been made today. But can you give us some insight into what happens to the people that are detained from there? After they're brought into custody, what happens?
Yeah, and this is a logistical nightmare. When you have a mass detentions, it is a real logistical nightmare to deal with it, because depending on what they're being charged with will determine what the law enforcement reaction is going to be. If you're charging them with a misdemeanor, which in most cases that's what will be a failure to disperse. Okay, that's a misdemeanor. They would be removed from the scene. They might be placed on a bus or in a temporary holding facility, or a permanent, a regular jail, and they will be probably given a citation and released. For those that are being charged with criminal activity of a higher nature, like a felony, well, then they're going to be taken to the county jail, city jail, depending on where the jurisdiction, and then they'll be treated like any other criminal suspect. But it is logistically, it's really a problem when you're taking mass amounts of people into custody, because of if you take, normally a police officer makes an arrest and they go through the processing procedure, the transportation procedure, and they finish their paperwork and they go back and hit the street again. Well, if you were to do that with all of these situations, these arrests, then there'd be nobody left on the line to battle the potential threat from the mass unrest. So it's something that's planned for. Don't think that they're going into this blind. There are procedures in place that have been in place for time immemorial. Now they're always looking at the last situation and critiquing it and seeing how they could improve the operational activities of these police agencies, and you learn from every single one of them. But that's going to be a major issue, is the logistical. Because remember, once these people are in custody, their safety
Please leave your
is
message for 95488.
required by the law enforcement people. They have to be treated medically if they're hurt, or if they are complaining of injury, and it's a very difficult endeavor.
Your reaction, Randy, we're watching live. I don't know how well you can see it from your vantage point, but we're watching live as we're seeing objects being thrown from protesters down onto the freeway where officers are staged. What does this look like to you?
Well, in my point of view, there should be officers deployed to take those individuals into custody and charge them with the felony crimes that they should be charged with. And anybody that interferes with those arrests, they need to go as well. It's time to have people pay the penalty for what they're doing. And dropping objects onto police officers is simply something that should not be acceptable. And I'm telling you that somebody's going to be taking a live round if they're trying to kill a cop. It's going to happen. And And this is a situation that really needs to be handled and needs to be handled quickly and efficiently.
And those are
Wow,
rocks.
they're
We see a
stoning the
number
police
of
officers.
good-sized
Look at
rocks down there on the freeway.
They're hiding underneath the freeway.
At least one back windshield looks to me to be smashed in.
Yeah.
A number of those officers. What does it look like to you? Does it look like they might be gathered where they are simply so that they can be underneath the overpass and out of harm's way for any projectiles that may come down at them?
Yeah.
Yes, that's
look like
exactly.
they're in proximity to them, though.
Yeah, that is why they're under the overpass. Is to protect them from, being pummeled by a large object. But and here's the thing: police can't and won't use deadly force in a situation involving property damage. That is not something that's in the rule book here. It would have to be them facing physical danger from death or serious bodily injury. That's the criteria.
Looks like they're moving, and if you can watch this live. This is viewer discretion advised. We don't exactly know what's going to happen here, but if you can walk us through what you're seeing, what does it look like these officers? It looks like they're trying to get out from underneath the overpass, perhaps move away from the debris that are being thrown down at them at this point.
Well, it appears that they're using some low lethality rounds to shoot above where the objects are being thrown from. They're clearly being deployed to do something, but I don't know what that something is.
And always important to mention, too, that the video journalists down on the ground recording every second of this, it's a very important job, and we saw this person duck down. As soon as we saw the less than lethal rounds starting to be used, we saw a number of those videographers taking cover. So, Lieutenant Randy Sutton, we thank you for being generous with your time this evening. Take care. We'll keep an eye on the situation.
Well, one thing I would like to add before we take leave here, and that is for any of the officers who have been hurt here. If you've been hurt physically, remember the Wounded Blue is there for you. Go to thewoundedblue.org. Reach out for help. We will be there for you 24/7.
Randy, we appreciate you. Take care.
Thank you.
We just saw that Fox 11 Los Angeles came on with their evening news. We dipped into Fox San Francisco moments ago to watch their coverage. Let's do the very same thing with Los Angeles. Now, I'm Austin Westfall. Thank you, everybody, for streaming along with us as we plan to be on the air for the remainder of the night. As long as we have these live feeds coming in, we're going to bring you the coverage as it happens. Let's watch a little bit of Fox LA. This is live.
Has parked their vehicles. There was a takeover here a couple of hours ago by those protesters, and since then CHP has parked their cars up here, and I don't know, you can see them right now underneath that overpass. They've been firing those flashbangs up at protesters, and then if we pan this direction, you can see some of the items that have been thrown on those cars. That big bang right there, possible flashbang. You can see scooters and rocks, all those items thrown down on top of law enforcement. The protesters now on top of the overpass, still throwing those items. It is nonstop, and about a block away is where we saw those Waymos on fire. As for LAPD, we're only seeing California Highway Patrol at this certain location. A couple blocks away towards City Hall, there was a massive LAPD presence. It seems like they've kind of been pushed this direction. But for now, that's what we're seeing, as it's pretty intense out here. Sometimes police firing back at the protesters with those flashbangs and those rubber bullets out on the freeway. Go ahead and send it back to you.
Yeah, we just saw that protester lob a piece of rock or concrete over the edge there down to the 101.
I'm surprised, though, to see part of the freeway open there. As we have that wide shot there, you can see police have one side of the freeway completely closed with their vehicles.
Yeah.
The crowd still, as Matthew said, with that overpass, yet, Matthew, part of the freeway, the other side is moving.
Yeah, definitely. You want to warn your family, your friends that's traveling through downtown on the 101 northbound. It's still open. So there are people on top of these right now, as you see, throwing rocks and bottles and e-scooters onto the freeway, kind of anything that they can get. But we did speak with the mayor just a little while ago, and she's blaming this chaos on the President Trump administration.
What we're seeing in LA is chaos caused by the administration. People should exercise their right to protest. That's their First Amendment right. But people should also exercise that right peacefully. We do not want to play into the administration's hands.
How do you think that vandalism impacts the overall message of the protest?
Well, I mean, first of all, I think protests need to be peaceful, period. And any time it deteriorates into violence, that is a problem, and it absolutely messes with the overall message.
Yeah, just take another live look here. You can kind of see the situation. It's pretty much out of control at this point. We're not, again, seeing any LAPD. We're seeing tons of rocks, bottles, and graffiti, and just it's ongoing right now. Go ahead and send it back to you.
Well, we should note, Matthew, that earlier people were on the freeway, so they have made some progress when it comes to law enforcement and getting people off the freeway and onto those side streets, those surface streets, that overpass. But earlier in the afternoon, we saw that freeway was packed with people and a lot of protesters there.
Exactly, yeah. So it looks like the California Highway Patrol pushed the protesters off of the 101. And since then, we're seeing this situation where the protesters kind of have the higher ground on top of members of law enforcement. They've abandoned their vehicles at this point, and the vehicles are taking a massive beating from these protesters. And
they've got
sometimes
the
we'll see
protesters
members
at the
of law enforcement
geographical
step
high
out.
ground, but not the moral high ground here. Their ire is misplaced. Matthew Seedorf, thank you so much for that information. And we do have team coverage. Not only do we have Matthew on the ground there in downtown LA, but we also have Gina Silva. She's live for us in Pasadena, where protesters are gathered outside a hotel where ICE agents are believed to be staying. Gina?
That's right, Susan. There's actually...
I'm going to jump on over to the Associated Press. I want to see what the Associated Press have to say. All right, so let me unmute this. Get their volume up a little bit. And expand it. So this is from the Associated Press. This is just crazy. Truly crazy. Guys, I have to step away for a minute. I'll be right back, okay?
This is my garden right here, bro.
going to be past your people, sir. From George Sean Evo. The east side of it, though, is somewhat open. The west side of Temple is completely jammed. Although some of them are starting to filter south towards where she is.
Hear me out! Give me my legs! Give me my legs! Give me my legs!
All right, I'm back. Guys, we've been going for a few hours now. This stream is from the Associated Press. Let me see what it's looking like over at Fox. Wow, more development. It's crazy. different perspective.
Excuse me, sir. What can we go through?
Government has a certain policy to take care of. And therefore, LAPD has to stay neutral, because if we infringe and support of taking immigration stance, then the community generally as a whole will no longer have that trust to call the police, to, if they're a victim of a crime, to reach out and ask for help, because they'll fear as though if they are not a legalized citizen here, they'll be taken. So therefore, it is different, because we still want to support any federal activity that's happening for their protection as police officers. But we also have to have the trust of the community and let them trust us if there's any crimes that are happening against them.
The Trump administration has been quite critical of the state of California and the city of Los Angeles for declaring themselves sanctuaries. Last night, Mayor Bass pointed out our declaration as a sanctuary city is 45 years old, and for the exact reason that you just mentioned, that before they had protections for immigrants, there was the concern that people would be preying upon them and they would be too afraid to report to police or the authorities. And now this, I mean, again, Mayor Bass also pointed out that these raids, which they're taking everybody out of a company, out of like a apparel company, and not really being very discerning on whether or not you indeed do have some kind of violent criminal record. What is your take on that? What is your opinion on how how ICE agents are handling this?
Well, it's important to note that that's not my place, because as a law enforcement officer for 30 years, your job as an officer is, regardless of what is occurring, as long as it's a lawful order, paramount is public safety. Obviously, the federal government and their law enforcement have a job to do. You might agree or not agree. Listen, LAPD has over 56% Hispanic men and women working in the field. It is also a problem for them. They might even know people that are involved in this. But as a professional police officer in this city, you have to make sure that the public safety is as paramount important here. So that's what they're doing now. And unfortunately, we're seeing a breakdown of the First Amendment, where we have peaceful protests becoming civil unrest, attacks against others, against public property. And now you're in that position as a police officer to handle a very uncontrollable situation.
Well, the three of us have all been in LA for decades. Susan, you're a native LA, Angelino. Officer, I'm wondering if you can compare some of the major crises we've had. I'm thinking back to the '92 riots, where I was a field reporter out there on the streets, like our Matthew Seedorf is, the riots after George Floyd. What you're seeing in this sign of the times as to how policing is done. We know cell phones are everywhere, cameras are everywhere. Everything is instantaneous when it comes to getting out information, where to go for a protest or to post video. What do you make of how policing is done today?
Oh, absolutely. It's a huge challenge, I think, today for police officers. Obviously, look, 2020, George Floyd, this is so reminiscent of that. People are emotionally charged. But unfortunately, some people take that First Amendment and now become violent, and that's the issue. So this, to me, looking back and answering your question, this is very reminiscent of 2020. And you're absolutely right. The social media aspect of it, the organization of these kind of protests involves so many people coming in. And look, there's 80% good people that come in and want to do a normal protest, but there's that combination of people, that group that want to become anarchists and want to utilize this time to destroy the city and hurt others. So 2020, definitely, going back to May Day of 2007, obviously another moment in time where we had this kind of issue. The biggest thing now is to ensure that our police officers have the trust of the community, and we are making sure to continue communicating with them and to know that we are there for them and make sure their families are okay.
Yeah, let's hope that message gets through. Dekron, thank you so much for your time. We're going to move on and go back to Matthew Seedorf. He is down on the ground there in downtown Los Angeles. Matthew, I find it so remarkable how these rocks just keep raining upon most of the vehicles, because we see that the officers themselves are under the overpass.
Yeah, like, where are they getting these rocks from? Like, somebody shipping in the rocks to them? Because this doesn't make sense to me, how they just keep getting more and more rocks. Like, it just kind of ironic, right? They just keep getting more and more rocks coming in. But let's continue.
Right now, the officers are firing back. It appears like there's a pepper spray canister that's going off, as my eyes are crying pretty significantly. You can see, we're in the gas right now. All the people have cleared out where we are right now because of this gas, and members of law enforcement firing up. And it's a pretty intense situation still, as looks like members of CHP are still underneath this overpass. We did see one protester get hit by one of those rubber bullets and needed assistance to walk away, as we're still seeing people throwing rocks underneath, with members of CHP, it looks like, pointing those non-lethals right back. I will tell you, this gas, it just makes, more gas. It just makes your eyes burn. I don't know if we can see those gas canisters going on.
Don't subject yourself to that tear gas longer than you have to. If you can just sort of walk away, perhaps.
It looked like that smoke was coming that gas was coming right up towards our camera, so we can understand if, Matthew, you need to pull back just a little bit to catch your breath there. Let us know when you want to go.
We're trying to get a good vantage point. I don't know if you can see my eyes right now, just how much this stinks. Runny nose, everything. We'll back up a little bit.
Yeah, the thing is about that mask, it's not really designed for tear gas.
Just looking over here, Elliot, if you want to flip around. So where we're standing right now, this is on the 101 and in Main Street, and all the protesters were lined up here where we were standing. They've sensed that tear gas is appearing to work. People have moved on. They were firing those rubber bullets up here, but you can still see protesters trying to throw things down, but it definitely seems like it is dispersing the crowd right now.
Well, it's interesting to see how this is happening to disperse that crowd. You have those officers there on the freeway below, and that tear gas coming up. Are you seeing law enforcement on the ground level where you are, Matthew?
No, we're not seeing any law enforcement on the ground level where we are, but it looks like the crowd is pushing this direction onto Main Street.
Is that towards Chinatown?
North on Main Street. Yeah, they're running that direction. right now. And then you can looking towards the federal building over here. There's still a large presence of protesters that way. As you can hear people coughing from this gas. I mean, it definitely cleared people out of this area. Are you all right?
Are you all right, Matthew?
Yeah, we're good.
Looks like you're in the path of the wind where it's coming right towards you, and we appreciate your reporting there in these difficult conditions.
Back,
please, please maybe get out of the path of the wind there. Right. Okay.
I have to tell you, Matthew and Christine, we're very familiar with that area because we go down there. It's not very far away from the DOJ where the LASD is. It's not very far away, of course. We talked about it already. The federal building, Little Tokyo, from the Japanese American National Museum. And so to see so much vandalism, so much graffiti on the walls is disturbing, to say the least, because, again, all the local authorities are saying, yes, you have a right to protest, but your right to protest stops at being destructive and violent. And when we talked to Bill Lasaley, the U.S. Attorney, yesterday, he was quite pointed in saying, if you're destructive, if you hurt one of my officers, we will find you. Now we're looking at Sky Fox, and we see these agents, these police officers, as they're running on this road. Is this still part of the 101? Yeah, that is part of the freeway down below. And that patrol car going through that smoke or the tear gas.
Well, Susan, with people on that overpass throwing rocks, etc., onto those vehicles, there was really no way those officers could move the vehicles or move out of that area. And they were taking safety and shelter underneath the overpass there. But also keep in mind, for Angelenos, that means no vehicles going through the freeway in that direction as well. So as long as that freeway is shut down, that's a major hassle for everybody else trying to get around Los Angeles at this point in time. So they were able to move people largely from that area, but you can see people on the top there. Somebody just threw something down right now, so obviously that tear gas only works for so long, and then crowds that he may want to.
Yeah, but look at that guy. Look at that CHP officer. He's got his gun drawn. That is, I believe, a less than lethal weapon, pointing it upwards towards those that are on the overpass. And another lob of both rock from above and a flashbang there. So the goal, of course, is to keep people off of the freeway, because we saw that protesters had managed to shut down the traffic on the freeway. But it's disturbing, to say the least, that these kinds of things are occurring when you understand why there might be a lot of people in the city of Los Angeles. That is a big rock. Hard to see where it landed through the smoke. But a lot of these people are worried about their relatives, their family members, people who are even here legally or were even born here, but there have been instances where citizens have been caught up in the dragnet once they go into a workplace and collect people. ICE agents would collect people. It's remarkable, Christine, how many rocks are on the freeway right now.
Yeah, definitely an area to avoid, the 101 freeway in the downtown area. Obviously, traffic moving in the other direction. Can you imagine, Susan, if you're in a vehicle, an unsuspecting vehicle perhaps, driving past this scene?
Yeah, meantime,
my goodness.
Take a look at these officers trying to get back into their patrol cars. That officer just got in there, but the whole time he rushed in. He had another officer next to him with his gun pointed upwards in order to prevent somebody from lobbing a rock onto that officer. So he, looks like perhaps he was in a situation where the airbag blew, which is going to make it difficult to drive that vehicle. And that could be as simple as a rock just hit just right and blew the airbag. So it's a disturbing scene, to be sure. And look at that guy. Is just up there with a big rock poised, and he just rains it down upon the freeway, trying clearly to get an officer.
Which is, again, why they couldn't move those vehicles necessarily with a huge crowd like that. And nobody from law enforcement in the visual that we have there to disperse that crowd. So it's interesting to have watched how they made that happen from the ground there, from the freeway there, shooting up towards the crowd, knowing that that tear gas would float its way up. And it really did, Susan, to watch that in action there, it really did disperse a lot of people there, the bulk of the crowd.
Yeah, but meantime, we still see some people up on that overpass and people that are willing to take a big rock and lob it down onto those CHP officers that are just trying to do their job. Well, really, it's like a misplaced ire, isn't it? These are not ICE agents. They're not going into somebody's workplace and just collecting a bunch of people. That state senator that Gina had suggested there were as many as 80 people.
I think they're attacking them because they're in the opinion that they're aiding the ICE agents to do their jobs, and they shouldn't be because they're Californians and they possibly have family members that are linked to some of these people that are being swooped up. All right, so probably that's why.
Were arrested by ICE yesterday, which is double the number that I had heard yesterday when we were doing our coverage. And right now, are they truly illegal? Most likely. But are they truly criminal, like as in violent criminals? And that was the original assertion by ICE and Homeland Security, that the people that they wanted out of this country were those that had criminal records, violent criminals is what they kept saying. All right, do we want to talk about Congresswoman Maxine Waters? Because she was here. She was in the downtown area earlier today.
Let us also note that LAPD is holding a news conference at 8 p.m. We will take that live to get the update from the LAPD. But yes, we have responses from our senators, from our police chief, from our mayor, and you have also Congresswoman Maxine Waters.
She was downtown this morning and talked about the large gathering of protesters and Friday's arrest of a union president.
I came down here to the detention center to see if I can find out what is happening with David Huerta. He is one of our leaders in organized labor, head of a local SEIU union. I don't know why they picked him up. I don't know what they're going to do to him. I don't want them to deport him. I think that he is being targeted, but our city is being targeted because we're a sanctuary city. Trump hates us. He does not like this city. He's trying to intimidate, and he sent the guns in here on us. The governor didn't know anything about the National Guard coming here. He did it on his own. We can't be intimidated. We've got to get the people out. We've got to get the elected officials out. We've got to resist him. I'm going back out into the communities where ICE was last night to make sure people know that their elected officials are standing with them. Thank you.
Woman Maxine Waters also tried to get into that federal detention center, the MDC, as they call it, the one that we've spent so much time looking at over the last couple of days. And she actually went up to a couple of the California National Guard's people, and she says, "What are you going to do? Are you going to shoot me? Then you better shoot straight." She's got a little sass. We love Maxine Waters for that.
She's been around for a long time. All right, so we have this from President Trump, who issued a warning to California elected officials. Let's go ahead and listen to that.
District of California could face federal charges if they stand in the way of the deportation, something that Poland may have.
If you stand in the way of law and order, yeah, they will face charges.
There you go. President Trump responding to the idea that perhaps local and state officials could be held liable for how they handle this situation that we're looking at now. Skyfox is overhead. You see there, people are throwing fireworks now. So it's gone from rocks to fireworks and flashbangs. And right now, it's just a fraction of the number of patrol cars that were there earlier. But it's clear, Christine, you pointed out that the tear gas did its job and a lot of people moved out of the area. But look at that. They're starting to gather once again. And what is that? Oh, that guy has like a lawn leaf blower or something. But look, somebody's just lit something and then sending it down onto the vehicle there. CHP vehicle.
So I'm wondering if the vehicles that are remaining there are disabled in some fashion, that they can't move, because you had a bunch of CHP vehicles there that did take the opportunity to move when they were able to clear that overpass. Obviously, that only lasted for so long without backup there of law enforcement to continue to keep it clear. So I'm just wondering if those three vehicles are just so damaged in some fashion that they can't move.
Well, that's quite possible. I mean, it looked as if we saw an officer rush into the vehicle that we're looking at right there, and then you see there that curtain. That is an airbag, an impact airbag, perhaps on the side. Once an airbag goes off, then yes, it is a vehicle is disabled. Now, I don't know about law enforcement vehicles. Maybe they have ways to get around that, but my understanding is that once you have the airbag go off, then you can't drive that car anymore.
Well, it's more knowledge than I have on vehicles. Very good, Susan.
Must suggest my driving record. Just kidding.
So we're also looking at all the rocks and probably other objects and scooters there on the ground there on the freeway. And there you see some officers there. It does make you wonder how soon then they can open this freeway. Do all those rocks need to be cleared before they can allow cars to come through? Can you imagine driving over those kind of possibly glass bottles if they were dropping things that were glass?
I would imagine Caltrans would insist that there needs to be some kind of clearance of all the debris, including the vehicles and those scooters that it looks like, you know, we're all familiar with the Bird or Lime scooters. And so when you pick one up in downtown LA and you want to use it as a weapon, you could do it fairly easily. It's just, I find it really disturbing. I'm happy to see that the officers are under that overpass so that they are not at risk. But it was a little dodgy there for a while watching as so many rocks were being lobbed over from that overpass. And we see them.
Oh, well, look at that.
People,
something on fire?
Yeah, he's setting something afire. That's the second time I've seen him set something on fire.
He's trying to light
that could do some damage there if that catches
It's hard to see. Is it an actual device or is it just a bunch of grass that he managed to? Oh, he's trying to possibly light the airbag or make the vehicle catch fire,
which we've seen them set several Waymo vehicles on. Oh, okay. Well, look at there. You have law enforcement trying to put that out to prevent any further damage in that area. Not sure how successful they'll be with that crowd. They seem to be pretty relentless up there. Again, the fact that the other side of the freeway is open is amazing to me to see.
Me too.
You can see some people there on the ground there also on the left-hand side. Just goes to show you the chaotic nature of what's happening right now in our city. I'm sure if you're trying to get across town and into the valley or to downtown, and you're going this direction where the cars are moving, you're happy to be able to get through. But what an incredible sight to witness as we see this chaos here in our city. The bulk of the protesters are not here. They have moved on from this location. They've been out all day with their protests against ICE and Homeland Security. This is a very, very small crowd here, still trying to make a difference. LAPD and the other law enforcement agencies are noting that they are keeping a watch on people who are doing things like this. And they are probably going to take note of people who are causing an extreme amount of damage.
Oh, Bill Asalia, the U.S. Attorney last night, he was quite clear and quite pointed by saying, you think you got away with something? Guess what? You did not. In this time period where everyone's posting, where everyone's got a camera in their hand and they're putting it out into the atmosphere, we will find it and we will identify you and we will arrest you. So he had no qualms about saying that you will be on the list. In fact, there was a man from yesterday's protest. They put out a $50,000 reward. They put out a wanted poster with his images from different angles. And apparently, we understand that person was indeed arrested. All right, we want to show you some more video that has come into the Fox 11 newsroom. This was about an hour or two ago, and it turns out that those pink chairs came from the Grand Park, I believe, or a park nearby. And then you notice that the sawhorses, or what would you call them? They're lightweight plastic type barricades or something.
Things.
Pardon?
Yeah, the white things that they're
the white things, yeah. We don't have the precise language to describe them. I mean, I think of them as like plastic sawhorses, you know, when you put two together and you separate them and you put a plank on there in order to
I'm not
use
sure what
it as a barricade?
Official name of them is, but basically what we saw is people take those two pieces of equipment, furniture, and use them as barriers to advance toward law enforcement. So you see them stationary right there. So it looks like they're taking shelter right there, as if using them as protection. But then you would watch, and they would use them to advance and move forward towards an LAPD skirmish line. So keep a watch on this. We saw them advance a couple of times as almost in a coordinated effort of people willing to take this risk to move up on right there, that skirmish line. Obviously, LAPD doing what it can to push them back. You even have officers there, mounted units there as well. But we watched it, and it was the most interesting thing to witness as they use it. There they go. There they go. They're advancing right there. Now, this was a little bit earlier, so not sure what happened to this crowd and these people, how far they were able to move forward. And you have to wonder about this level of protest. This level here, that you're willing to push forward with whatever you can grab to advance on law enforcement there.
I'm not 100% sure.
Wow.
I understand what the point
They're
is,
being strategic.
but it does give them it does give them shelter. It does allow for them to be protected, if you will, from anything that perhaps police want to do. And P.S., this is the first time in the last few days that we've seen mounted police, if I'm not mistaken. All right, we also want to show you what it looked like earlier today on the 101 freeway. You see that skirmish line there. That's because a number of protesters had convened on the 101 freeway, so disrupted the traffic there. And then the police, the CHP, were using smoke canisters to push the crowd back. But as you see, there was almost like an odd game of soccer where the smoke canister would be kicked back and forth between the law enforcement officers and the protesters. And one of them that went in for a kick and missed it, frankly, he gets taken down by the officers and was arrested and pulled over to the side. That's all smoke. The indication is that was smoke, not tear gas, but regardless, it is not a comfortable situation to be in. That's why they use this kind of non-lethal strategy. But yeah, that gives you a sense for how many protesters wound up on the 101 and stopped traffic as police, the CHP particularly, was trying to get the crowd under control. Ultimately, they were able to push them up an on-ramp to get them out of this area. And that's how they wound up on that overpass there, and perhaps wound up with rocks in their hands.
Well, we look at the different tactics that police use and the efforts at non-lethal tactics, and this was largely effective. You can see police continue to use their skirmish line to advance, to push the crowd back, and eventually did get them off the freeway. But much of the afternoon, this freeway was closed by tons of people there on the freeway, making their protests known, their stand against the police known. But I'm thinking, Susan, of all the attempts by law enforcement to use non-lethal efforts to get people to comply. Right. This one seemed to work because it did back that crowd off the freeway.
Yeah, they backed up. They were able to get the cars that were stuck on the freeway, they actually turned them around so they could get off the freeway and up and on ramp. And that's what happened to this crowd as well. Ultimately, they kept pushing and pushing to the point where ultimately they had to go back up to street level. Do we have any more video that sort of suggests what it was like even earlier still? So right there, you get a sense for the fact that they stopped traffic. Now imagine what it would be like if you were in one of those cars and you were just going about your business on a Sunday afternoon, and now you're stuck in that mess. And you may or may not have any opinion about what's going on with ICE or the president or the state of the city of Los Angeles, but right there, you're stuck. And I'm sure there were a lot of unhappy people. You never know where they're trying to get to and you know, what they need to do in the course of their day.
You know, it was announced on social media that there was a rally at 2 p.m. downtown. I'm not quite sure what happened with that, because what I saw was not a rally, but more something like this scene here. You see law enforcement right there entering the freeway, and you see the crowd milling about. Imagine you're that white car right in the front there, thinking you're going to be there a while, because how long is it going to take for law enforcement to get in place in any way, shape, or form to get that crowd off the freeway and get those cars moving? If they have to turn around all of those cars, imagine the process of how long it took for that. But with that protest happening in downtown LA and it being a weekend, not too surprising with what we've seen in the past, people spilling onto the freeway to make quite a statement.
We have seen that a lot more recently, in more recent days and years, right? That protests would then spill out over the 101. So if you're looking at your TV screen and the left corner, that's what's going on right now, and you see those three vehicles, the three CHP vehicles, they seem to be disabled. That's why they're still there. And then conversely, what you're looking at in the larger picture there, it's the same general area, but filled with protesters. And all of those cars, those are civilian cars that got stuck behind the protest. And you see people lined up on the overpass, alongside the 101 freeway, in the median between the north and the southbound lanes of the 101 freeway. And then as Skyfox pulls out, you have a better view of what occurred, or what area it is near the MDC, the Metropolitan Detention Center. All right, so back live, that is a larger picture where you can see those two, there's actually three CHP patrol cars, and still we're seeing things rain upon the vehicles. There's no officers, they're not going to hit the officers, and some kind of a fire, but we also saw agents with extinguishers. So
are we seeing greater fire now?
It seems that I thought I saw flames.
Yeah, I don't know if that is the vehicle itself.
Oh, there we go.
So the vehicle
that's
caught
clearly
fire.
a fire. So whether is it the vehicle that caught fire?
I should think, yeah. It's so they were throwing down something that was lit, and obviously it took hold there of that CHP vehicle, and you have those officers there trying to put that out. Keep in mind, the public is driving right next to this vehicle fire. You know, and for the protesters or the people trying to cause the chaos, that's a statement for them. Look what we did. CHP is still right there on the scene trying to control that situation. But currently, a sign of the times. Remember, this is day 3 of protests here in Southern California. And you can see there are people who are willing to take drastic measures here that are, remember, these are our taxpayer dollars.
Yeah.
Taxpayer dollars have paid for those vehicles. And these are CHP officers who are now out of commission. Those vehicles now out of commission should there be a needed call.
It makes me sad. I'm sorry, it makes me sad. This is not a great testament to the humanity of these protesters. Yes, you're allowed to protest all you want, but destruction and aiming at the officers with the rocks, it makes no sense to me, and it makes me really, really sad. They were able, in part, I believe, to get that vehicle or something close to the vehicle on fire, and you just saw it there. They're lobbing fireworks, and the mere fact that they can get the fireworks in that general vicinity is adding to the fact that whatever is incendiary, whatever that can be burned, will burn, but then also the firework keeps the agents away, keeps the police officers away from extinguishing the fire. So that's the tactic. That's a new tactic. Christine, I'm not sure I've seen anything quite like that.
Well, these are very uncertain times here. You can see now more of a police presence there on the surface streets there. It's kind of a interesting picture to see people who've come to be looky-loos or to take part in this kind of destruction. And also, law enforcement can do only so much right now. It is non-violent in that there's no... there's a lot of people standing there not doing anything, but then you have those people who are creating so much destruction, and that is the part where we see that the nation's watching this. I've had people call me and say, "Are you okay?"
Yeah.
You know, this is something that...
Oh, look at that. Whatever that was that came over the side.
Mm-hmm.
sort of ridiculous. Yeah, the nation is watching for sure. And I think the governor, both the governor and the mayor and other local authorities and politicians have said the same thing, which is, yes, you have a right to protest. Don't be destructive. Don't be damaging things or buildings, and be aware that this plays into the president's narrative that the city of Los Angeles and the state of California is out of control. They're out of control. That's why he called in the California National Guard. That's why he's threatening to bring in Marines. So that's also why politicians are saying, please calm down, protest, yes, destroy, damage, don't.
Well, think about it. You've got a city of millions of people who cannot use a major artery now. They cannot use their freeway to get to family or friends or work or medical emergency. So in that sense, there is chaos in downtown Los Angeles where Angelenos can't get to and from because of protests. You have police vehicles that have been damaged or set on fire here that are not responding to a call of an emergency. So there is definite unrest throughout Southern California in the downtown area today.
And remember, so LAPD is on tactical alert, so that's why we see a strong police presence. But say you live in, Sylmar or Arleta, and you need help from the police, you're going to have to wait, because right now all the attention and energy and manpower or personnel power, it's all focused on what's going on in downtown LA. So it's interesting to see what that vehicle now looks like. Again, all three vehicles looked pretty much the same, but now it seems whatever they were able to either pour over, or perhaps it's the fire extinguisher, so it's all cloudy now, that vehicle. Another firework. And again, that's going to keep people, the agents, the police officers, under that overpass to protect themselves. And there's no real reason for being out in the open unless you were trying to get an officer into the car.
Well, certainly uncertain times here tonight in the downtown area, and no word as to how long things will go. I know you were on around until midnight or beyond last night. We have our colleague Alex Michelson, who's been out in the field getting some sound for us from our lawmakers. And Alex, let's talk to you about what you're hearing from the people you've talked to.
Yeah, Christina and Susan, I'm joining you right now via Zoom from LA County's Emergency Operations Center, where we just did exclusive one-on-one interviews with both Mayor Karen Bass and Governor Gavin Newsom. And it was interesting to hear from both of them. We're very clear in trying to put out the message that violence is not the answer, and that a lot of the people that are responsible for this violence, responsible for the images that you're seeing on your screen right now, should be arrested and prosecuted, and that they're not helping. But the other piece of news that was interesting from Governor Newsom is that he is going to be announcing a lawsuit tomorrow suing President Trump for this move to bring in the National Guard without the governor's permission. That is not something that happens often in American history. Last happened when John F. Kennedy brought in the National Guard against George Wallace to try to integrate. I actually think it was Dwight D. Eisenhower who did that, try to integrate public school system. And so Newsom is pushing back. Very, very aggressive language against President Trump, calling him a stone-cold liar, saying that President Trump wants these images. I asked him, how do you negotiate with each other if that's what's happening and that's what you're saying about him? He said, there is no negotiating with him. I've tried everything. I asked him about the fact that he's asking for $40 billion from President Trump for California's wildfires. And he said, I'm doing everything I can. But there is real anger. And Newsom also saying that what Trump said publicly, which is that on a phone call the other night, that if Newsom didn't get things under control, he was going to bring in the troops. Newsom says that was a, quote, stone cold lie, that that's not what happened on the phone call between the two of them, that Donald Trump is making that up, and that They said he's making up other things, including the fact that the National Guard got things under control last night, hours before the National Guard even arrived. Mayor Bass with a message also that violence is not the answer, suggesting that a lot of the people, the anarchists that are fueling some of this, are actually playing into Donald Trump's hands and keeping this going. And that the best way for all of this to stop is for people to stop with some of this violence. They say there's a right for peaceful protest, but not a right for people in the middle of the streets doing some of what you're looking at right now.
Alex, as we keep you here for a moment, we're going to refer down to the live shot we're seeing here. An LAPD skirmish line is moving in here and moving that crowd off the top of the freeway where they've been raining those and throwing those rocks down onto the police vehicle, setting it on fire as well. So now you are seeing a show of force here as police now are on this level here, moving this crowd away. Maybe they can get them away enough that those vehicles can be cleared and the freeway can be reopened at some point to motorists in both directions. It's going to take some time, but you got to get those people out of there because they're going to continue to do the damage they're doing. And it really is a threat to the other motorists, the innocent people that are driving on the other side of the freeway.
Why the freeway is active.
Right. Who knows if a rock doesn't go in that direction and an innocent person is hit or hurt or killed. So right now we are watching police there move in. Alex, I don't know, is Alex still with us? Can we bring Alex back?
I'm still here, and I'm able to see the live pictures. I didn't know that those were live pictures that we're looking at right now. I mean, they're very dramatic. That what we're seeing right now on the freeway, and we see now the horses moving in, and that's part of what I asked both Mayor Bass and Governor Newsom. How do you get control of this? Because it's clear that things are not under control, and that what's happening right now is not working. And they, said that the National Guard is inflaming this. I said to Mayor Bass, we're looking at right here, not the National Guard. I mean, this is LAPD. The National Guard is nowhere near this situation, and clearly this situation is out of control. They say the president is inflaming the situation, but this is not good, and it doesn't look like it's going to end anytime soon. And as the sun starts to go down, Christine and Susan, oftentimes things get worse in LA before they get better. And so it is a concerning night right now as fireworks continue to go off.
And you're right. It's over past 8 o'clock here. So maybe now, as the sun has gone down, the crowd has thinned out, you have enough LAPD resources in position here that they can push the remaining people off that overpass there and get control of that situation there, get control of that section of the street there so they can regain control of the freeway. You can see there now a lot of LAPD officers, but in that wider shot we saw the mounted units. It is quite a show of support there, and we can only imagine that LAPD was, off camera, getting their resources in place, getting all those officers and those horses in place to now take control. We're seeing now a CHP vehicle safe enough for that officer to go there, get the vehicle, and move it out of harm's way. We were wondering if those 3 vehicles were disabled, so to speak, that they could not move. Obviously, one of them clearly is going nowhere. The other has so much debris and scooters in front of it, it's going nowhere anytime soon without all that debris being moved.
They need to get those officers out because those officers have been trapped underneath that bridge for the last few hours, right? Either sides that they try to leave from, they can't leave from this side, and then when they try to leave from the other side, the protesters goes on the other side and keep them trapped underneath there. So they've been under there trapped for a while, for hours.
Alex, when you were talking about the governor, I didn't want to interrupt you because when we watched that skirmish line, police skirmish line, they were lobbing like flashbangs in order to push people back. So, yeah, it was quite the dynamic, dramatic shot there.
Yeah.
But again, the CHP.
My apologies. I thought that was file footage from earlier. I didn't realize
you had some good information from the governor for sure.
Yeah.
And did he have any advice on how to get this under control?
Well, of course, he says President Trump pulled back and wanted to sort of divert situation there. But part of what his message is to a lot of these agitators that you're giving President Trump what he wants. His message is that President Trump wants chaos, that's politically good for him, and that these scenes are politically beneficial, in his words. So his message to all the folks out there is stop it. And his other message is that these guys have to be arrested.
That's a good point, because the optics matters. The optics matters. So if the optics are giving someone what they want, they can use it to their advantage. And as we all know that Donald Trump can spin anything, right? He's an entertainer. He knows he's been in business for a very long time, so he can spin anything. He don't need a spin doctor to be able to spin something. So will they stop? I don't think so. But hey, best wishes for that notion that they will stop. They won't stop. They're upset, they're angry, and then they're out for blood, in a sense, right? Proverbial, not actual blood, right? Well, let's not say that, because their actions right now, where they're doing things like that and stoning the police officers and trying to catch the vehicle on fire, and hey, that's quite likely that they want to cause harm to these police officers. So I retract my first part of the statement that they're out to cause damage. They're out to cause or hurt. So let's continue.
He basically calling these guys thugs in the streets that are agitating and that are causing all these problems, and that there should be no tolerance for these folks, and that we shouldn't allow this to happen, and send a message to everybody that they need to be put under arrest and be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. I said to Mayor Bass, why isn't that happening more? And she suggested, well, just because it doesn't happen today doesn't mean that it's going to happen. But I think there's a lot of people watching right now that would like to see some of the people who are perpetuating violence, like what we're looking at there, to potentially, face consequences as a sign to other folks that that's not okay.
Well, and U.S. Attorney Bill Lassaley told us last night that absolutely that they will be looking for the bad actors and that they will indeed be arrested and prosecuted.
Looks like only one of the CHP vehicles was rendered immovable, that the others are able to get out of the way and off that freeway. Susan, Alex, we've all covered a lot of the unrest.
You've been listening in to Fox 11 Los Angeles' coverage of the ongoing protests. We are getting an on-camera update from LAPD and from police.
All right, guys, I'm going to shift over to another news broadcaster, right? So we're jumping over to NBC, right? So let's hear what they have to say. What's going on over here?
Protesters outside of City Hall.
Wow. The crowd is swollen over here. I want to bring something over. I just saw that they're having a press conference over at ABC7. So let me grab that link and jump on over here.
Traffic is impacted through much of downtown. You definitely want to avoid Spring Street, where we're showing you this demonstration right now in front of City Hall. The 101, we did see closures earlier in the day. Heavy traffic right now.
On the other hand, however, when a law enforcement agency,
where these
any
protesters
agency,
were marching
requests
earlier
emergency assistance to protect lives, we are obligated to respond, and we do. Public safety is our duty, and we will answer every legitimate call for help from anyone. We recognize that immigration enforcement operations can cause a deep fear and anxiety, particularly in immigrant communities. That's why we're committed to transparency, accountability, and treating every Angelino with respect, regardless of their immigration status. Our job is not to divide communities or politicize law enforcement. Our job is simply to keep everyone safe. I want to express my sincere appreciation to all of our officers and partner agencies for their dedication and professionalism during these very challenging times. Their commitment to upholding the
Chief
law,
Jim
even in the face of
McDonnell.
hostility, is a reflection of the values that we stand for. We're working together to keep everyone safe, our officers and the public alike, and this remains our top priority. We'll continue to support peaceful protests and enforce the law when criminal acts occur. The LAPD remains focused on its core mission to protect lives, safeguard constitutional rights, and serve every neighborhood in Los Angeles with integrity. Let me open it up now for any questions you might have or any points that we can clarify.
Chief, the governor made a very strong statement that he didn't believe the Trump administration needed to activate those National Guard troops and take control of those National Guard troops in the Summerton area because he felt we had adequate safety protections officers here. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, if I don't know what basis they used to make that decision, but if that was based on our what I delineated here about the perceived lack of response to a help call by an outside agency, that did not happen. We did respond with mobile field force configuration, and just to explain that, a mobile field force is a configuration of people or officers within the organization that we bring in from around the city. We declare a tactical alert so we can break them away from their primary duties of answering radio calls to be able to come in, form up. They're trained in this tactic into a configuration of 4 squads or a platoon that are led by a mobile field force leader. They then go 4 deep in the car and they drive into the impacted area, and that way they can safely go in a large group of officers and able to handle whatever they come across. If we were to send in a single unit or a couple of units into a riotous scene, certainly they'd be surrounded and the outcome would probably not be good. And so this is a configuration that has worked for us, developed here, worked for us for many years, but it doesn't happen instantaneously. So we have to call in units. We have to meet at a certain location. They get the information they need to operate in the environment, and then they go and they take care of business. And so that takes a little bit of time for us to be able to get in there in about 35 minutes is pretty much textbook. So while we'd love to be able to say we can get there in seconds or minutes, in the reality of a situation of civil unrest, we got to do it right. We got to do it safely for everybody involved.
Hold on. So go one at a time, please, and let's identify name and outlet.
Victor with Univision. Chief, we have seen 2 kinds of groups, at least from Friday, Saturday, and today that have been working. The community that is enraged and they're not happy.
Come on, guys, like the video, like, share, subscribe, like the video. Come on in. Don't leave without liking the video. At least
to
give
the people who are not happy with the fact that
before you
ICE
leave.
is in the community doing what ICE does. You know, I respect ICE for being a fellow law enforcement agency. They have their mission. They have their what they have to do. We don't engage in that activity, but again, we can't preclude them from doing that. They have every right to do that. I ask people in the community to trust the LAPD, that we're not there for that purpose, and that if they have something they need us to be able to address, we're there for them. As far as the big picture of what can I recommend they do or not do, that's something, it's a federal issue, and the federal authorities have the right to be able to do what they're doing. As far as people worried about the violence that we're seeing, this violence that I've seen is disgusting. It's escalated now since the beginning of this incident. What we saw the first night was bad. What we've seen subsequent to that is getting increasingly worse and more violent. Tonight we had individuals out there shooting commercial-grade fireworks at our officers. That can kill you. And we have adapted our tactics to be able to have a chance to be able to take these people into custody and to be able to hold them accountable. We are overwhelmed as far as the number of people out there engaged in this type of activity and the type of things that they're doing. They'll take backpacks, and the backpack will have a cinder block in it. They have a hammer, and they'll break up the cinder block and use that, pass it around to throw at officers, to throw at cars, and throw at other people. We've seen people with hammers, and you've broadcasted, breaking the bollards behind the federal building and taking the rocks, if you will, or pieces of concrete, and throwing them at officers. We've had liquid of who knows what description thrown at officers. there's no limit to what they're doing to our officers. And again, as I mentioned in my statement, I can't thank our folks enough and our partner agency police officials for going out there and taking care of the community and trying to be able to put themselves between the threat and the overall community. And they do this night in and night out. And in these past couple of nights, we've seen it at a level that I think disgusts every good person.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You just described some pretty violent and chaotic situations. What is your position on the National Guard being deployed? Do we need them here?
Well, you know, it's an interesting question, because I would have said that, you know, we could handle this. I believe that we would have gone through a number of steps before we'd have deployed the National Guard or requested deployment of the National Guard. We would normally go to 50% deployment to handle radio calls and do the business of policing, and everybody else would be focused on the initial problem. Beyond that, then we would request through the sheriff mutual aid, and that would bring in members of the 44 other police departments in LA County, as well as the sheriff's office. And so that didn't occur in this case because it wasn't done through the sheriff or through the up through the normal chain. It was done from the top down, from the president directing that happened, and then the National Guard was federalized. So they're working for the U.S. Army, not for the California State National Guard. Do we need them? Well, looking at tonight, you know, this thing has gotten out of control. I think before I could answer that, I'd have to know more about what their capabilities are, what their role is intended to be able to make that determination. But we have great cops in Southern California here that work together all the time. So we have tremendous capability here. To say that we would go to that right away, I'd say we wouldn't have been there yet. Looking at the violence tonight, I think we got to make a reassessment.
Laurel, how has your department interacted with the National Guard, if at all, since they've been here?
I'd say very little, other than we had a conference call this afternoon. There aren't a whole lot of...
You know, I was wondering, where are they getting all these stones from? They constantly were just like bringing in these big stones, like at least, I would say at least 5 inches roundness in size, or the length of it was quite big, and they're throwing it at the police officers and the police officers' cars, right? And disarming the police officer's car, like making it immobilized. And I was like, where are they getting these stones from? Until the chief just mentioned that they go and break off parts of buildings and then use hammers and break them up in pieces and then distribute them amongst each other for them to have a projectile to throw at the police officers and their vehicles.
Of soldiers in place at this time. They're still incoming. But the people who are here, they're tremendous Americans here trying to do, they provide their service, doing the task that they're charged with. Our relationship has been tremendous overall with the National Guard. We worked right alongside them for 5 months during the Palisades fire. They were there every day in the beginning in large numbers, and then that narrowed down before they demobilized. But the relationship is overall tremendous. We're very, very good partners with them, and I hope they feel the same about us.
And when you look at the demonstrators who are people from the community who are upset about, the immigration raids, families being broken up, deportations happening, do you feel any sense of kinship with them, or about this situation, or do you see that there is need for more law enforcement and for more immigration enforcement in Los Angeles?
I think, the federal agents are enforcing federal immigration law, which is their right, and anybody can have their personal opinion on to what level that should be, who should they focus on, and those kind of things. I won't take a position on that because really that's not our focus, not our job. But when I look at the people who are out there doing the violence, that's not the people that we see during the day who are legitimately out there exercising their First Amendment rights and to be able to express their feelings about the immigration enforcement issue. These are people who are all hooded up. They've got a hoodie on. They've got face masks on. They're people who do this all the time, get away with whatever they can, go out there, you know, from one civil unrest situation to another, using the same or similar tactics frequently, and they are connected. Some would call them anarchists or by any other variety of names, but they're people that we run across routinely city to city, and this is what they do. So even more disgusting that many of the people who are doing this come in from other places just to hurt people and to cause havoc.
Chief, let's go next to Telemundo over here.
Okay.
True point. That's a good point.
Do you think that the presence of National Guard increased the level to this kind of situation? I mean, you said that it's disgusting. Do you think that if you control it without them, it could be a different situation?
You know, I don't know. That's a very interesting question. What was the catalyst for us seeing the second and third day of this becoming increasingly more violent? To be able to say it's because of the National Guard, I can't, because there aren't enough on the ground at this point to make a difference. I've seen civil unrest a number of times before, and generally the second and third days are more violent than the initial phase. And so this is not much different from that pattern, but certainly I think there's a number of things that cause people to come out. Much of it is they watch this and see it on TV, social media, whatever social media outlets they follow, or asking them or telling them to come down and be part of this. And
the reason why the second and third day and days after seems to be it's more organized is what I'm trying to say, right? So the first day, it's like they all come in and they're like, yeah, you and yes, you and we're here and you're over there. But then by the second and third day, they're more familiar with each other, and they don't necessarily have to communicate in words. They can more so communicate by just their actions, or by a grunt or a stare or a point, and they kind of like have an idea of how or what to do. So that's why it seems a bit more dangerous on the second and third day, because now they're more organized and they communicate in a way that is primitive, right? Rather than using language, they use signs and body language and motions and things like that, if you understand what I'm saying.
they do that, and they come out here, and many come out and just want to see what's going on. They're out there with their cameras, but they're putting themselves in harm's way and potentially setting themselves up for a criminal future. When you look at some of the things that are happening here, somebody could easily be killed, and if you're part of that, then you're going to be facing those charges as well. I talked to the DA just a couple of minutes ago, and the DA will file felony charges on individuals where it's appropriate, but won't be shy about doing that where it is appropriate, and also the potential for federal charges given the type of environment we're in, and you know, the federal authorities don't play. And so as we move forward, I think people will be surprised in some cases for what happens to their future.
Right, let's go 2 more questions. Anybody that hasn't asked already, go ahead. Thank you.
Lindsay Pena, KTLA. Given the amount of officers that are here in downtown LA, how does that affect response time to other parts of the city and safety of people that are not down?
Yeah. Thank you for that question. A great question. It was, how does the deployment of so many officers downtown or in any one part of the city affect our ability to provide police services citywide? It greatly impacts our ability because it pulls officers who would normally deployed in communities around the city of Los Angeles into one area in order to be able to address the threat that we're facing. And so other areas, when we go on tactical alert, that means we only handle radio calls of significant importance, meaning a violent crime in progress, calls that have to be answered right away. So the other calls get put on a queue and may not get handled for some time to come, and they're important to everyone who is a victim of any kind of a crime. And so when we go to tactical alert, we don't do it lightly, but in this case we did it very quickly because we needed additional resources right away to be able to help quell the violence. And that situation, as you can see tonight, has only gotten worse.
Chief, given what you said about not being informed so you could pre-stage for the incident that started this thing, and you said, I believe that you spoke with the ICE director as well as other city officials today, is there any effort being made for ICE to share information about what their next move?
Yeah, that's something that we did talk about, and there's no resolution to that. And the problem is that we are guided and bound by the California Values Act, which means that we can't participate in any way in civil immigration enforcement. So the federal partners have been reticent to provide information to us before something happens because of that reason. Part of that is they want to be respectful of the rules that we have to live by, but it also, on a normal situation, not that big a deal, but in a situation like we saw here in the past couple of days, it turns out to be a very big deal. So we're going to continue to work with the partners that I mentioned and many others as we go forward to try and be able to make things as safe for everybody as we can.
All right, Spectrum?
Chief, how many arrests so far?
You have that?
Yes, Captain Raul Javel, Operations Central Bureau, Incident Commander. At least, and this is very fluid and preliminary, at least 10 people arrested so far. There's arrests being made as we speak. About 3 officers injured. Fortunately, very fortunate, on very minor injuries, or I wouldn't say not minor, but they're not significant enough to be transported to a local hospital. They were treated at the scene. But we're making more arrests as we speak, and we're trying to get into that posture where we're able to make arrests. Right now, really, our officers are really under attack. If you can see when the chief was talking about, we're trying to, first of all, ensure that our officers are safe and the public is safe. And then we'll move into, if we can arrest, we'll arrest, and then obviously protect the property and our vehicles and other things like that. But as of now, 10 arrests.
And if I could just jump on, and then 29 last night as well. And so as we move forward, we will step up our arrest posture in order to hold people accountable and do what we can to stop this violence.
We're going to go 2 more questions.
Really quick, yeah, she asked the question that I had really quickly. How long can we expect for this situation to happen?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
How long do you think this situation is going to continue?
Yeah, for me, again, that would be speculative to say how long that the members of ICE will be in town doing the enforcement actions they're doing. But by calling out the National Guard, oftentimes their deployment periods are in 30-day periods. And so, to me, it's going to be an extended period of time. I don't know how long that'll be. We're gearing up for that to be able to participate in a meaningful way as we move forward without exhausting our people beyond what they already are. We're a department that went through 5 months plus of the fires and dealing with the fallout from the fires. And as you can imagine, with a very limited sized department to begin with, that's a big stress on our deployment, but more so on our people and their families. So as we move forward, we'll do everything we can to focus on employee wellness and to be able to offer whatever services we can to address the needs of our folks. Sure.
We'll go one more back there because he hasn't asked yet, and so Carmen, go ahead, and then one more, and then we're gonna call it.
So Chief, just 2 questions. One, is there a chance of instituting a curfew? And 2, will you be going back and re-looking at any of these incidents that maybe there wasn't an opportunity to make an arrest at a time, but going back and trying to investigate who's responsible and potentially arresting after that?
No, thank you for the question. I spoke with the sheriff today, and we discussed the possibility of implementing a curfew. We don't rush into doing that, but if we need to do that, I'll go back with the sheriff and we'll look at the options as far as that goes. And as far as give me the second part of the question again.
For some of these incidents we watch unfold, a lot of people watch
I got you.
things just unfold in real time.
Yeah.
Thinking, are any of these people going to be held accountable for this, for the cars on fire and things like that? Is there a chance of going back?
Absolutely. When you look at the numbers of arrests we've made, pale in comparison to what will be made. There are video accounts of what happened everywhere on social media, on individuals' cameras, iPhones. We will go after that very aggressively. Go after the all available video, analyze that video, and hold whoever we can accountable for the variety of different types of crimes that have been committed. And that's something we'll do with a number of different partners with levels of expertise that may be beyond what we have. No, thank you for that.
Matt Armstead from the LA Times. Can you tell me on what charges people were arrested yesterday and today?
Do you have the specifics? Yeah.
So yesterday, the 29 folks were for failure to disperse. They were all arrested today. So today, and so far, this is very preliminary because there's so much stuff going on. The stuff that we know is one person was arrested for throwing a Molotov cocktail at an officer significant incident, and then another individual for ramming a motorcycle into one of our line where the officers were and injured one of the officers. Everything else is still very fluid, and I won't have that for a while. So CHP has made at least 17 arrests that I'm aware of in the freeway.
All right, thank you, everyone. Commander Hurtado will stick around to do comments in Spanish for anybody who's interested.
You've just heard from LA Police Chief Jim McDonnell discussing his department's response to the unrest and the protests that are taking place in and around downtown Los Angeles. Of note is that we're getting an indication now of the injuries that have happened. 3 police officers, 3 LAPD officers have been injured, none of them transported, and at least 10 people have been arrested so far this evening and today. One for throwing a Molotov cocktail at police officers, another for ramming a motorcycle into a skirmish line of police officers. But again, the officers that were injured were not transported. Some 29 people arrested last night. CHP has arrested some 17 people. There are arrests being made, and he says there will be more in the future. With regard to the National Guard response, one reporter asking whether we need the National Guard at this stage of the game. He said, the chief said, the first 2 days, it didn't appear that way. I'm paraphrasing. There are normally a number of steps that are gone through before the National Guard is requested. He would have requested mutual aid from different departments, a cooperative effort with the LA County Sheriff's Department. Those things had not yet happened before the National Guard was called in. So he says, we wouldn't have been there yet. That's a direct quote. With regard to whether they're needed tonight, he says he's going to have to reassess and look at how things are going. We're seeing from Air 7 how things are going. You're looking at a parking lot pay booth there that has been set afire by some of the people there. More information coming from the chief shortly, but let's talk to our Gabe Santos in Air 7 about what he is seeing downtown. Gabe?
Yeah, Mark, we're seeing a continued escalation of the situation here as Dayside turns tonight. I'm just getting my bearings here with all the other helicopters up here. We have a number of media helicopters. We have law enforcement helicopters down below at a lower elevation. We have a little bit of a marine layer up above, just to give you an idea of everything we're keeping an eye on up here. We did see this line of mounted officers on horseback push north on Main Street, right next to the famous Olvera Street in the area here, a little bit to the east of Chinatown. There was a barricade set up, and we saw protesters bring a piece of a wrought iron fence and set it down in the middle of the street. Protesters were set up behind that fence. LAPD decided to push forward with rubber bullets and other non-lethal, less than lethal rounds and continue pushing those protesters out of the...
Yeah, they created their own barricade, this makeshift barricade that the officers just easily just touched and it just tumbled over. Like the officers barely had to do any hard work to get them to tumble over. But that was what they did in order to be able to advance towards the police officers so they could be able to do certain things. But it is what it is, right? And let's continue.
The way, and they actually just knocked the fence down, and the horses just kind of stepped over it and continued on past. Those protesters continued on towards Cesar Chavez Avenue, and they've kind of split up in all directions, and now we see LAPD kind of holding at this position. But it appears that they kind of moved forward so quickly that now there's protesters behind them. So you have a bit of a safety issue happening there now. Another wrought iron fence, it looks like, being ripped out of the ground. We've seen a number of situations like this where individuals are grabbing things and shaking them back and forth and being able to, you know, with a number of individuals, you could do almost anything, and they're kind of doing the unthinkable, things that are bolted to the ground. A number of people are just coming up and pulling fences, and we've seen traffic signs, you know, wiggled back and forth to get them out of the concrete, and that's what we saw earlier over the 101 and Los Angeles Street. That's when a number of items were thrown from the overpass down at CHP cars. That situation has calmed down, but it just goes to show you there's still a number of hot spots here in addition to this one. And I want Rob to go back to that security post there. As LAPD kind of moved forward towards that barricade and pushed past, it appears they didn't really monitor what was going on in this parking lot here. Now you could see somebody has set fire to this pay booth in this parking lot, and with LA City Fire kind of nowhere in sight, they're at their fire stations. They're staying a little bit further away from the scene because of safety issues. Just as I say that, not LA City Fire, but LAPD with a fire extinguisher. They're just going to move forward with their fire extinguisher and put this thing out. So apparently they felt it safe enough with their riot gear. You see that officer there with his baton trying to push a protester back there. It appears that they've made the assessment that individuals in this parking lot appear to be pretty calm and pretty docile, in addition to a number of press in the area. It appears that a lot of those people down there that aren't law enforcement are in fact press. So law enforcement made the decision there to just come in with a fire extinguisher and put that little fire out that was in that parking booth. But it just goes to show you that there's still a number of hot spots here that LAPD is keeping an eye on. That's the intersection of Main and Alameda. Once LAPD pushed those protesters down past Olvera Street to Main and Cesar Chavez, just as I'm kind of wrapping my head around what we just saw a few minutes ago, we see another barricade being put up with a number of dumpsters there. So people aren't leaving the area. They're just kind of scattering and regrouping, and then we're continuing to see different little barricades get set up in different spots of town as LAPD kind of continues to push the protesters towards different areas here. We're seeing a little bit of a progression north into Chinatown, but we also have a large group, at least a few minutes ago, that I last had eyes on, that was south of City Hall at, I believe that was Main and I think it was Main and First Street, and we might be a little too far away with the buildings in a way here to get eyes on that group there, but there was a group of about 500 people down on that side. However, that group of protesters, they weren't really doing anything that LAPD deemed to be a threat, so LAPD is really putting their focus on the protesters on the north side that continue to set up barricades. They really don't want anybody to dig their heels in and set up barricades or anything of that sort, because the longer barricades get put in place, the more they get fortified by other pieces of trash and other pieces of metal that these individuals find, the harder it will be for LAPD to deal with it later on. Looks like that's the Spring Street Bridge that CHP now has been able to contain. And I think if we pan to the left, Rob, there, we'll be able to see the Los Angeles Street Bridge, and that's the bridge where a lot of protesters were throwing items down onto the freeway below. And you see that CHP vehicle on a tow truck. That CHP vehicle probably going to be a complete loss. It was actually set on fire earlier as people on the bridge above were lighting pieces of cardboard on fire and throwing them down to the vehicles below. So that CHP vehicle actually caught on fire a little bit before CHP officers were able to move in with a fire extinguisher and put it out. But while we were zoomed in there, you were able to see a lot of debris just spread across the lanes of the southbound 101 freeway. So it's going to be a big cleanup here.
All right, and Gabe Santos, thank you for that. As we let's keep that picture up right there, the picture you have, because the chief in his press conference spoke about the difference between people who are out there expressing their First Amendment rights, expressing their disagreement and disapproval of the ICE raids of day laborers.
Put a
and
like
others,
in the chat if you haven't.
Versus the people who are out here doing damage.
Give the
and
video a like and leave a comment in the chat.
Of what
Let
some
me know
of those people look
what
like,
you think
what
about
they
what's going
do,
on in California.
That some of them are from out of town, some of them are people who go from literally from one position of civil unrest to another. And he described a lot of them as wearing, having their faces covered, having hoods and covering their faces. And we did see that among the people who were putting up this barricade. So with regard to how we look at them and we can describe their actions, we don't know whether this is protest or simply anarchy for the sake of it. So we're going to try to draw a distinction, if possible, between those who are who are out here expressing their disapproval versus the people that are doing things like this, setting fires and putting and barricading streets. So we're going to try to bore down into that particular aspect of what we're seeing. In the meantime, Jory Rand has been covering this for the better part of the afternoon and much of the evening, and has some more reporting for us now. Jory?
Mark, it's a frustrating scene to see play out here tonight. Those protesters, is it a demonstration of protest or is it unrest? And in some cases, as you mentioned, it might just be both. Someone who showed up for one now enjoying the other. It's frustrating to see this continue to play out, and the LAPD just allow this to happen. They are overwhelmed, as the chief heard. As we heard from the chief, that this is still going on, and as Gabe mentioned, once they break up one grouping, it just spreads out to another spot. And so we're seeing this play out. We have that parking security booth on fire, and now we have obstructions in the middle of Main Street as this is being allowed to continue. And it would just, a lot of people want to see this end and these people taken into custody. Now, it has been a very eventful day in our city, likely one that we are going to talk about for a long time to come. Now, there are two very different aspects to what is happening this weekend in Los Angeles. Let's begin with what played out on the streets of LA. It was a very destructive day. Several clashes taking place outside the federal building. Once that crowd was broken up, demonstrators scattered and a large group made their way onto the 101 freeway. The CHP allowed them to remain there for about an hour. Traffic.
Let's see what's going on over here. They're not, okay.
Small group here. We do note law enforcement from the LAPD to the Sheriff's Department has been down there on the ground. Not sure exactly why they're continuing to walk. I can only guess that law enforcement continues to move them along, push them along. Again, we saw all day where they basically took over the 101 freeway in one direction and damaged at least one CHP car. Several were there stuck on the freeway until the crowd could be dispersed. LAPD moved in quite strongly this evening, and now you have some stragglers, so to speak, still there in the streets of downtown LA and clearly they're on the move.
All right, Matthew Seedorf is on the ground for us in the downtown Los Angeles area. Matthew, you experienced some tear gas. What are you seeing and experiencing now?
Yeah, right now we're outside of City Hall. There's been this ongoing standoff taking place with protesters and law enforcement. This is actually the LA County Sheriff's Department here. We're seeing someone try to get into this barricade right now. You can see him being met with sheriff's deputies. He's trying to explain I'm trying to go this way, but right now they're not letting anyone through here. Looks like he's getting hit with maybe some pepper pellets as he's turning around and walking away. If you want to pan down the street, they've actually pushed, there were probably a couple hundred protesters here just a little while ago. They've pushed them beyond City Hall. Something is on fire in the middle of the roadway, and the protesters kind of got pushed that direction just a little while ago. We saw that police firing those non-lethals, and protesters just retreating that way within the last 20 minutes or so. Elliot, I don't know if we can try to set the scene here, but we believe that it's possible these protesters were trying to take over this part right outside of City Hall. They even have some words up on top of City Hall that they're throwing up there right now. But pan this direction, you can see they had they were trying to make their own barricade with these benches in the middle of the street, blocking enforcement from coming in to where City Hall is. City Hall, and then sounds like we're hearing these non-lethals. This is what was happening. So this is kind of what they were firing. Law enforcement was firing at those protesters to get them out of here. You can see what these non-lethals look like. We've seen some people take some hits while we were over on the freeway over that direction. And right now it looks like is something, you can see the fire. Let's see if we can zoom in and see what we're looking at here. Yeah, you can see lots of protesters in the street, and it looks like they're
and Matthew,
yeah, scooters, and you can see the fire.
Matthew, farther down that street, there seems to be a greater collection of people. So past the fire, there seems to be a greater collection of people. And, I'm just wondering if they are just hanging around, if they're waiting for police to approach them, or if they're just standing by.
Yeah, we believe that is the group that was outside of City Hall. So they've been pushed now about, 2 or 3 blocks from where we are. They actually had several cars, it looks like their own personal vehicles, kind of where that fire was, and some barricade fencing that was there. And then they've retreated now a couple blocks further into the city. There's separate groups right now kind of protesting that we're seeing. There's that one group by the freeway. There's this other one that's kind of going right through downtown, moving from City Hall.
And Matthew, we should point out that you are standing behind a number of sheriff's deputies. So the LASD has come in now into the city of Los Angeles to help with the policing with LAPD. They also, I believe, brought those or did the wire barricades there, that at least the beginnings of it, although right now there's only one. Perhaps the protesters have moved them. At one point, while Chief McDonald was talking in his news conference, we saw a number of the protesters setting up those, A-frame traffic barricades and other things that almost look like a page out of what we were seeing with the anti-Hamas or the pro-Gaza, pro-Palestinian protests at the campuses. But then that's all been torn away now. It's gone now, and I don't really know what their point was. Do you have any sense for that, Matthew? I mean, they were going to create this barricade, and then what? They were going to be trapped inside their own barricade?
It's really hard to speculate. I mean, this is right outside of City Hall. It seems like they were trying to barricade themselves right here on the street, right of City Hall. For what reason, we aren't exactly sure. Maybe at least tried to slow down law enforcement from getting to where they were. Law enforcement came in firing those non-lethals, the pepper spray, the flashbangs, and it looks like those protesters have since pushed back at least a few blocks, but left some fire behind on their way out.
So Matthew, as we are watching this scene here, we are noticing all the cars, the public that is driving by this scene. Reminder of the chaos still happening right now in downtown Los Angeles. It is a Sunday night coming up on 9 o'clock, so perhaps many people are home for the night, not necessarily going out, say as it would be on a Saturday night, but still an area perhaps to avoid. Obviously, downtown is a changed picture from decades ago. Many more people live downtown. It is a place that has quite built up with high-rises and restaurants and
yeah, there's actual nightlife in downtown LA now.
Exactly. So many more people downtown who just live there. And so, Matthew, I don't know if you can gauge a feel for, is it people who seem to just be kind of lingering around, people who live in the area, or actual protesters against the ICE raids?
Yeah, hard to speculate. I'd say it's a pretty large assortment of crowd, right? So you have people that were here to protest today, and then there's some noticeable agitators. I mean, especially when we were standing over the freeway, you saw people taking hammers, trying to get rocks to throw down on top of the CHP vehicles. We saw electric scooters being thrown. We saw a cone with some sort of fuel being thrown into the CHP vehicle that momentarily set it on fire. And right now, it looks like, I mean, you can see there's hundreds of protesters where you're looking at right now beyond First Street. And it seems like the Sheriff's Department here is just trying to hold the line at City Hall. And it's hard to know what's on the other end of the protesters, if there's more law enforcement or if it's just a long, if it goes for a few more blocks.
And we don't tend to think of downtown LA as being a territory patrolled by the Sheriff's Department. That is LAPD territory. So I'm guessing the Sheriff's Department is there in support of LAPD.
Which is unusual.
Yeah, and they're definitely here in support. You can see LAPD driving by right now, responding to something else, and you can see the protesters giving them a bad time as they're driving by with that fire there as well.
And we heard from Chief Jim McDonald, who just had a news conference talking about how they deploy, that they were not aware that the federal government was going to be doing ICE raids in Southern California on Friday. And so that caught them off guard. He talked about how it takes them some time to deploy when you have a crowd scene like this, like we saw Friday, like we saw Saturday. And what they do, he said, is they roll 4 people deep in a police car. That is A, for their own protection, be to get more people quickly into an area. Normally we see 2 people per car, but in a situation like this, they staff it with 4 per car. It takes time to mobilize and get in place, as it probably did, Matthew, for the Sheriff's Department to get there to downtown LA and mobilize with the skirmish line.
And I should point out that the police chief did want to dispel a rumor or some kind of narrative that is out in social media that it took LAPD more than 2 hours to respond to the call for help by federal agents in that federal building. And Chief McDonald said, nope, that's not true. 38 minutes. It would have been faster if not for the fact that the officers knew that they were going to have to go in with gas masks. They couldn't just respond. They would have to be prepared for whatever they were going to face. Now, we have Skyfox in the left corner of your TV screen. We don't know what attracted the pilot there to hone in on that, but we've got Matthew Seedorf on the ground looking towards First Street, and it looks like there are quite a few people and lots of vehicles that are passing through that intersection, and you're nearby City Hall, so there is an attempt, of course, to keep people away from that general vicinity. But what's going on from Skyfox, it's harder to tell. But it certainly suggests that there are a lot of people spread out throughout the downtown Los Angeles area.
And you can see from this aerial shot here quite an LAPD presence there. Last night, Susan, you were on the air to what, midnight? 12:30?
About midnight.
About midnight last night. So obviously, the police department has a track record from last night as to what we saw in the downtown area. Remember, tomorrow's Monday. We saw the freeway shut down, the 101 freeway. You can't have that on a Monday in Los Angeles, California, where people are going to work.
Well, the mayor actually, when in her news conference earlier today, she pointed out that perhaps it was advisable, if you're able to work from home, to avoid the downtown Los Angeles area. Not because she believes that this will persist into the morning hours, but clearly there's a lot of ways in which the city needs to sort of refresh or clean up or what have you. I do also want to point out that last night, the temperature, the view was nothing like this. We would see things sort of ebb and flow, but it was never quite this number of people, this number of protesters or bad actors, whatever you want to call them. We saw federal agents lob flashbangs and tear canisters, but other than a couple people that perhaps were lobbing a lot of verbal threats or verbal comments, we didn't see very much. There were reports that some of the protesters were indeed throwing rocks. I do want to point out, and Matthew, I don't know if you witnessed any of this, but today LAPD arrested at least 10 people. They say it's a dynamic situation, and clearly the number of people arrested is going to go up. And CHP, because you were right there, right near the 101 freeway when it was overtaken by protesters, they say at least 29 people were arrested. That's what CHP did. And pointing out that while last night most of the arrests were failure to disperse, so that's a low-level offense, correct? But today, this is what speaks to how things have ramped up and how the temperature has gone way up. Now the offenses are getting to be much more serious, including injuring an officer, including ramming a motorcycle into a skirmish line. So you were there yesterday in Paramount, Matthew. Compare and contrast what you witnessed in Paramount versus what you're witnessing now.
Yeah, it's really hard to compare. This one, it seems like it's scattered out over several locations. You've had members of law enforcement that were forced to abandon their vehicles on the freeway. We got a firework that just was launched right there. Yesterday, it was Border Patrol right across the street from that Home Depot for reportedly a staging ground. It was mostly Border Patrol at that main scene in Paramount. There was no LASD there or local police department helping them out for a few hours, honestly. And then LASD helped with kind of closing down the freeways in the area, preventing more people from getting in. But it was kind of really focused on that one spot, where today feels like it's scattered over several blocks of downtown.
Give the video a like.
Yeah, it seems more
come on in, give the video a
widespread.
like. Thank you for
Skyfox
watching.
now over a gas station in the downtown area. Again, sometimes
yet
we're not
subscribed, go ahead
100%
and
sure
subscribe
why
to
the
the channel.
pilot, whomever is handling the camera inside of Skyfox, will focus in on a certain area
Been here
there.
for about 5 hours
but
now.
it does speak to how much traffic, which for a Sunday night at almost 9 o'clock, it's sort of unusual to have that kind of traffic downtown.
Giving
And
you
stuck in
different
traffic. It looks
perspective
like
from different,
there's a little bit of a traffic
different
jam.
channels.
Now, the other thing, Matthew, I'm wondering, since you were in Paramount, that community, by the way, is heavily Latino. A lot of people there are concerned about family members, and that is what brought them out. That's what, stoked perhaps their passion against federal agents and Border Patrol, what they were doing in that staging before they went out to do the actual raid. Flags seem to be a part of the protests these days. And I've noticed that there are so many more flags in downtown LA, different kinds, than what we saw in Paramount yesterday. Am I wrong? Was it mostly Mexican flags yesterday that you saw, Matthew?
Yeah, it was Mexican flags. And, honestly, I think today was a little more planned out. I know this morning I was seeing flyers about protests in downtown L.A. Starting this afternoon. And I think yesterday in Paramount just kind of happened. I think someone saw what was happening with Border Patrol vehicles and, posted something on social media and got people to come out to that location way less planned. And then beyond that, it spread. People started hearing about it, and more people kept on showing up, especially agitators as it got later. Today feels like this was more of a plan. People had planned to come out here and protest what they've seen the last few days. With that, some agitators came out here as well.
Yeah, indeed. The chief of police, LAPD's Jim McDonald pointed out that people would come with their backpacks, and inside the backpack.
The first day was more of an impromptu because it wasn't really organized. It was just like chaotic fear, and they just say, hey, this is what's going on, post it on social media, let's come out, see what's going on. ICE is here, they're raiding the business and taking the people out. But then today, and yesterday, people were more organized because they now are able to figure things out and say, okay, now we're going to stand up and we're not going to sit down and let this just happen, and we don't say something, do something, and try to stop something. So this is why yesterday and today has been more organized. And man, the chaos, the tyranny that's been happening, the cars that's been caught afire, Waymo cars, which are cars that's from Alphabet, which was a part of which was Google before, and then the police cars, the police being stoned, and people are going to buildings, ripping out the cinder blocks from around the gardens and parts of the building, breaking them up and passing them out to each other so they can stone the police from above, while they're on the elevated part above on the overpath. They're on the overpath stoning the police officers, damaging their vehicles. The police officers can't move. They're in fear of their lives, getting hit. And so they had yesterday and today more organized. We don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, but let's see what's going to happen tomorrow. Been here for about 5 hours now, streaming from different channels. So let's continue.
Pack would be a cinder block, and then they would take a hammer and break the cinder block apart.
Like I just
and
said.
That is why there was just a lot of supply, easy supply of rocks, or I guess pieces of cinder block, where those people, the bad actors, the instigators, whatever you want to call them, agitators, could from that that area over the freeway just lob those hard rocks, pieces of concrete over onto the CHP and those vehicles. So, and then he also pointed something else out, which is very disturbing, that his police officers are getting hit by some kind of liquid. And he's not sure what that is. His officers are going to be worried about what is it that I got sprayed with. And so he pointed out that was no good. And he has said what a lot of people have said, including Bill DeSaley, the U.S. attorney, that thanks to social media, thanks to the fact that everybody has a phone in their hand, that there's a lot of photo and video documentation, and that people will be prosecuted. They will find them and they will prosecute them. But yeah, part of what is happening now are a lot of these agitators are doing things that are just beyond. This is not a sign of protest when you're spraying police officers, when you're breaking up cinder blocks, etc., in order to be so destructive. And Matthew, you and I have been downtown many, many times. It is remarkable how much graffiti there is. The difference between Friday to today is really remarkable. Every wall that can be marked up, now marked up.
Yeah, there's a lot of graffiti, a lot of vandalism. I heard you talking about the cinder blocks. We saw people taking hammers and breaking pieces of, looked like concrete or pieces of the sidewalk, and that was what they were using to throw onto the freeway on top of those CHP vehicles. And just looking around right now, you can see benches that have been thrown everywhere. You've got the graffiti, and then not to mention, we've been talking about those rocks that were being thrown at members of law enforcement today.